Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday. It's Ramble time.
Hello.
How you doing, Corbin?
I'm doing.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
And hello to Diablo and Austin. I see both of you guys in here. Not sure if the other people is you, Corbin, but probably. So.
Well, I just opened YouTube to pop out the chat and then close it.
At least that works, as opposed to Twitch's weird crap.
I could keep Twitch in like yeah, I think I could close Twitch after I did that. But also the chat did that fun thing where I wouldn't realize I wasn't logged in until I was going to type 30 minutes later.
Yeah.
And
yes.
then it'd be like, oh, time to clear the chat because you logged in.
Yeah. And then, of course, you don't have it. You can never have chat history that's retained.
Mm-hmm.
Even though their chat history stays perfectly intact when you watch the VOD. So it's like, yeah, good job, guys.
Yeah. Yesterday, I finally got a new screen protector for my Tab 6 because I dented the shit out of my last one. I don't know what happened, but there were like a lot of really deep scratches.
Ooh.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why the protectors are there. And it took about 20 minutes of fangling to get all the air bubbles out, but now it's great. I'm going to put this up now.
Oh, well, in similar but reverse news, my Pixel 4, I did some review shots with it yesterday, and now I can't find the case that I normally have on it. So
Oops.
I think, I'm not sure, but I think and I've looked all over the place, so I think I actually lost the case. Which I'm not really sure how that happened, but my guess is I think it was in my back pocket, and when I was taking some pictures, I did kneel down. Maybe it worked its way out. That's the only guess I have. It's either that, or I do remember at one point putting it on my passenger seat in the car, and maybe there's some chance that it fell out when I opened the door. Like maybe it was too far over and just got bumped against the door and I didn't notice it fall out. In either case, that sucks because Moment case, I wanted to be able to put lenses on, and now I'm stuck in that. Damn it! I'm stuck in that position of thinking I could get a new one, but that's expensive. I could wait until the next Pixel phone comes out, which I'm probably going to get anyway, and I could just leave this phone kind of bare, or put a cheap case on it and not worry about Moment lenses. Like, it's just far enough along in all of this stuff that I'm not really sure where I want to go with it.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to get a Moment case for my S21. How much do they want for that? It's probably too much money.
It really is.
And they don't even make the nice ones anymore.
Yeah. When their cases were at their best,
like people were buying them with no intention to use the lenses. They were just nice.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% would have recommended their cases. Granted, they were still expensive, but yeah, it's a little off-putting when the cost of the case is
$50.
Yeah, I figured that's how much the Pixel cases are, which is why I always say if you're gonna buy a Moment case, just wait for sales. They do enough sales, it's not that hard. They do sell used cases now, which is kind of interesting. So chances are you could probably get your case for, I'm guessing, about $30.
Maybe.
It's still a bit pricey, but not completely unreasonable at that point.
Gross. Yeah. Well, I just ordered a Spigen case yesterday because I'm kind of tired of the ones that I got from Samsung with my S21. They all just kind of feel weird. So I ordered one of those, but I guess I could have got a Moment. Oops. Oh well, it's fine. They'll go on sale at some point.
So just to actually demonstrate, because it's not super obvious when you're looking. Let's see. Popping in. Here's it. If I were to buy a Pixel 4 case right now, it would be, or XL case, it would definitely be the walnut. But if you look, if you look a little below the add to cart button on their page, there's also a link that says also available used for whatever price.
Yeah. And
so they do have them.
They don't have them for the S21 yet. But they do have some for the S20. Okay, I'll check back there at some point.
Yeah, and it looks like it would be $32 for me to pick up a used walnut Pixel 4 XL case. I'm really tempted because the walnut looks so much better than their black canvas. I mean, it's not the greatest little wood sheet that goes in there, but it's still nicer than the canvas.
Doesn't look like anyone's sold those cases on eBay yet either. Okay.
How old is the S21?
It came out in January.
Yeah, I could see why they wouldn't have used cases.
Yeah. No one's upgrading from that phone yet.
Yeah. Well, and very few people have probably broken their phone and decided to recycle their case.
Yeah. case. Let's see. Oh, weird. They don't even have it on Amazon.
Moment is real on and off with selling stuff through Amazon.
How am I supposed to set up a price alert for this Moment? Let me come back later when you lowered your prices.
Well, there was a time when Moment used to email me about every one of their sales, like in advance, and we were doing posts on AP about it, and then Moment stopped emailing me right about the same time that I think the editors were about to say, yeah, let's just stop doing any announcements about Moment. And it's like, yeah, okay. I guess that relationship is just kind of going quasi dry.
It's getting darker all of a sudden. I got it. Hold on, let me turn on.
Uh-oh. The sky beam is like hours from happening. You're in a Marvel movie.
Yeah, it's not supposed to rain, so I don't know what this is about.
Weather. It's a weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you watch yesterday's Apple event?
You know, I did, because for the first time in my life, I wrote about Apple news.
Nice.
Yeah, so I wrote about things that I didn't, and I tried to make it sound like I knew what I was talking about, when in fact I've only paid sparse attention to Apple's products over the past couple of years, because the last Apple product I bought was a original iPhone SE. So I've been out of the loop for a little while. But I did watch the event, and so they talked about the new iMac, which looked kind of sick. Like, if I was in the Mac ecosystem at all, I'd probably buy that once it showed up.
I'm a little torn on that one, just because I don't know. I don't feel the need to get a desktop unless it's a gaming rig. Though I do,
Yeah.
God, I really do want their displays. Their displays are so good.
I'd like, yeah, they are nice. I wish more companies would try to mimic Apple's display design, where it's just like rectangle that's pretty thin and looks sleek. Like I got my Dell Ultra Wide here, and it looking a little chunky by comparison.
I mean, but I don't mind that myself. I will. Yeah. I do think it's funny that you're saying other companies should copy it, and there was at least a mention of this in the Discord yesterday. Man, that chin. I'm not at all bothered by the chin. I think it's perfectly fine, but there are some people who care so much.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you gotta put the ports somewhere. And if they were behind the screen, then the whole thing would have to be thicker. Or they do like the iPhone battery case thing, where like one part is wider and then it like loops up. But yeah, no, it looked nice. I like the colors. I'm glad between like Apple and Samsung and a couple other companies, it seems like we're starting to do more fun colors with electronics again. It seemed like we went a pretty big period where it was pretty much just like, you want the black thing, and then also sometimes we have it in white. So that's nice. I like the colors. But yeah, I'm not in a market for a Mac at all.
Okay, I know that this doesn't need to be called out, but while you were talking, I was browsing to Apple's site, and just it like 1 second after you said something about you get the black thing, right then a photo of, or actually 2 in a row, photos of black people using iMacs popped up, and then you said, and then you get the white, And literally a second later, a photo of two white women pops up, and it's like, oh, this looks worse than it should be, or looks awkward timing, or intentional. I don't know, but whatever. But just very, very odd coincidence.
That's funny.
So yeah, actually, MKBHD pointed out a fun little detail. The headphone jack, they actually couldn't fit it into any part of this display other than on the side down at the chin, because the headphone jack is too thick. We now have a desktop, technically, where the headphone jack almost couldn't be fit in there. That is such a weird thing.
That would bug me a lot if I had to like wire some speakers, and that would be annoying to cable manage. Like the TV, that the only inputs left are on the side.
Oh yeah.
But I guess you could just sacrifice a Type-C port.
Yeah, and the Type-C ports are in the back, actually poking out the back, still at chin level, which, yeah, that makes sense. 2 Thunderbolt, 2 regular Type-C, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it feels wrong that you have to distinguish between which ones are Thunderbolt.
Mm-hmm. And it's an iMac, so you got to do the reach around anyway to plug everything in.
Well, yeah, but that's any monitor. But if I were using an iMac, I would do whatever I could to plug cables into the back of it, and then plug those cables into stuff. That way you're not feeling around trying to find the port. That and USB hubs. I mean, let's be honest, it's a desktop. You're going to be using a hub no matter what. One thing that got me too is their power cable is just chunk.
Yeah, I saw that and I laughed a little bit. Like, okay, we got to have an external power supply for the desktop computer. And then also, did you see the Ethernet? They have an Ethernet port on the power brick too. Like, yeah. It's a Chromecast.
But I think that's great. Like, cheers to that. It's not the most necessary thing, obviously, but I wish more companies did this, because Ethernet is far and away the thing that I personally want the most in laptops, while obviously the port is way too thick for most laptops these days. So I'm really, really, really hoping that MacBook Pros after this will start getting an Ethernet port in their brick, because that would be worth it. I absolutely want this.
It'd be kind of funny.
The one concern I do have, though, is that slight possibility that if they do that, then they'll turn around and say, yeah, but now the cable can't just be a Type-C cable, or it's going to have to be some thick chunk cable that you're not going to want to use. At which point that might be a problem. But
I wonder, maybe they will go back to some kind of MagSafe soon anyway, because they're bringing that back on the iPhone. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, and it's basically confirmed they're bringing back MagSafe to MacBook Pros too. So I'm good with that. But man, I don't know. Something about it just feels slightly un-Apple-y.
Yeah. And then, so besides the iMac, they finally launched AirTags, which is pretty much exactly like all the other tag things, pretty much the same price, except they have like the really expensive ones with leather or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, those things. That it's Apple, so linking up with fashion brands, I get it. But yikes. I'm not sold on the idea of selling little tiny, relatively cheap accessories for such a high price tag, and then and then really amping up the price with more accessories from fashion brands. That feels it feels thirsty.
Yeah. So that's neat, I guess. I'm really hoping at some point, at least Apple and Samsung can bridge their networks for those, so everyone gets better tracking. But that's probably not going to happen.
If anything, I bet. Well, because
they're supposed to be working on like that centralized network for that kind of stuff anyway. The chip that thing when that was announced with like Amazon and Google and Apple behind it.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot that existed.
That's coming at some point.
Honestly, I kind of think the companies forgot that existed too, but
there was some news a little while ago.
C. Saldana brought up a really interesting point. They should have put an AirTag in the new Apple TV remote.
Yeah, that one was a little bit weird to me that they didn't do, especially because Roku's had that for years, and I think maybe Amazon too, where not that there's like a tracker in the remote, but there's some function where you can have the remote start beeping or something so you can find it.
Right. That's pretty cool.
That was a little bit weird.
But yeah, I've got nothing against the idea of AirTags. I just think that they're overpricing them at, what was it? $29 each. Was it 29?
I think so.
Yeah, 29 each, or 99 for a 4-pack.
Which is about, I think that's the same as Samsung's.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. So
when Samsung did its thing, I barely paid attention, but
yeah, it's like it is a little bit pricey, but also both Samsung and Apple's, and I imagine the other ones too, they just use regular like watch batteries, so you can just pop them open and keep them going for forever.
Yeah,
they're not like disposable or have like lithium ion batteries that eventually stop working.
So one thing I guess I am very curious about, and I know it's such an oddball angle on this, but I wonder why the hell this took so long to come out. Because supposedly Apple had these ready like a year ago, and the big joke has been like, hey, is this the event Apple's finally going to announce this? And it's like, why? This doesn't seem like something that should have been hard to do or delayed. So I'm curious about that one. Well, we'll obviously never get answers, but
I don't know. It could be one of those things where maybe they were waiting to group it together in an event with something more substantial, and then maybe it missed the deadline for that original M1 presentation, or they were worried the whole news cycle would be on that. So you're like, okay, push it to the next one. But
yeah,
I don't know, because Apple's also not against releasing new stuff outside of an event. So who knows?
Yeah. Well, like I said this a few times in the Discord yesterday. This was the junk drawer event. It was all over the place. We've got Apple TV, we've got iPads, iMacs, AirTags. Let's do a presentation about the show Ted Lasso. Like,
I did appreciate that, because it gave everyone like frantically typing about this event like a nice 2-minute window to catch up.
yeah. But there was just so many things to cover in one event for 1 hour. I mean, a 1 hour event, and they hit the Verge article that I have open right now, I think said there were 8 things. Was it 8? Yeah, the 8 biggest announcements. So it was iPad Pros, the iMac, AirTags, Apple TV 4K, Apple TV remote. So I guess technically that's 2 things in one. Ted Lasso's second season, that's one of the things they're mentioning. That the iPhone 12 will soon come in purple. I actually missed that. I didn't even realize that was mentioned.
Yes, I wrote an article on that. It's just an iPhone, but it's purple.
All right.
Yeah.
And that Apple is launching in-app podcast subscriptions, which...
Yeah, and I saw like taking like a 30% cut of revenue on podcasts for the first year, and then I think it drops to 15. I guess the logic behind that is that most people don't keep going on those after a year.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then like they announced like paywall content, so you can set up stuff that's only available to people who are paying. So exactly how Patreon works, but only in Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
And the exclusive content has to be uploaded to Apple Podcasts through their backend. It's not on RSS. So, yeah, don't feel great about that. I it'd be nice if they could just work with Patreon and other existing companies that do this, but then Apple doesn't get 100% of the money, so that's not going to work.
Well, my curiosity on this is, are they going to pull that stunt that is very Apple Twitch-like of saying, hey, you have to, if you're going to have this back-end content, you can't have it anywhere else, or you have to have it at the same price on Apple's platform as you do anywhere else? Like, are they going to set those types of rules? Because we're talking pure ownership of content issues, and at that point, I don't mind if Apple has rules within its own platform, but if they're telling you what you can do with your content outside of Apple's platform, that's where this is a harsh, no questions asked, like, get the fudge out of here.
Yeah, and I haven't looked into it beyond the percentage cut, so I'm not sure what they're doing there. But is Apple Podcasts even available on non-Apple stuff?
No.
Like if you're paying for the paywall stuff, you're only going to be able to play that on things.
Actually, I slightly take that back. There's a chance maybe it's available on Windows. I know it's not available on Android.
If it's built into iTunes.
Yeah, except is iTunes even still a thing on Windows?
Yeah. Apple's keeping it alive on Windows.
Okay, I kind of thought they were, but I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, because they don't have the shiny new music app on Windows.
David Lama wants the RambleCast edited for podcast form.
That'd be so much work. Just cut out like half of this. Yeah.
Well, if I had the time to write an app for it, I would totally write something that just goes through and erases all the long pauses.
Erases the pauses, erases the ums.
Yeah. Detection. That actually wouldn't be that hard. As weird as that sounds, it's pretty easy to capture ums because they are very frequency specific, but yeah, the rest of it would be challenging. Let's see. By the way, not that you said anything wrong, but just for clarity, Apple takes 30% of revenue for the first year on each subscriber and then drops it to 15 on subsequent years. So it's not like it's the podcast's first year, but okay. So I wasn't sure if you knew that, but yeah,
no, I did not.
Yeah, this is a change they made to subscriptions 2 years ago ish. I think it was about 2 years ago. Anyway, yeah. So it's per subscriber. And if the subscriber sticks around for more than a year, then you start getting 85% of what they paid instead of 15. Or sorry, instead of 70%. Yeah, I get why they do that, but I also kind of hate it. I think that's a bad method. I wish it was just like straight up 15% take the entire way through. It would make more sense, but whatever.
Well, they gotta recoup all that lost App Store revenue.
Oh yeah.
Their generosity of only taking 15%. From smaller devs.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm skimming through this trying to see if there's any strict rules, but I haven't seen anything yet. There was the Okay, yeah. I don't see anything here that explicitly states that they're pulling anything too strict. Just the part about having to upload it through Apple services. Yeah, as long as people can still run all of their same stuff through Patreon and other paths, I don't really care if they're doing this for Apple. Like, just Apple users can sign up to something and they get it too. That's fine. I don't care.
Okay, so Apple's website says the Apple Podcast app is on Apple TV, Apple Watch, and CarPlay, as well as iTunes on Windows and Alexa speakers.
Oh.
Which is interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, it gets me that they're... At this point, it's awkward to not have it on Android. They've got... If you're going to have it on Windows, you're going to have it on Alexa for whatever reason. At this point, it's weird not to also have it on Android. It looks like you're just trying to be petty.
Well, this is Apple.
It is Apple.
Tim Cook did say iOS would become a flea market if they allowed apps outside the App Store.
The crazy crap that they say.
Imagine the anarchy. Install whatever software you want on the thing you paid hundreds of dollars for? What? Can't allow it.
Hundreds or even thousands. Let's be fair there.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the iPad. At the rate they're going, they're probably going to have they're probably going to have an iPad within a couple years that sells at like $2,000.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because like it's already getting like they announced the new Pros, and I did see they have configurations that now go up to 2 terabytes of storage.
Exactly.
On the Plus, but like even at that point, that's getting to be like a little over $1,000. I think. I don't know what else they can add to the iPad before it just becomes a MacBook with a touchscreen. I don't know. I thought it was interesting they slapped the M1 on the iPad so quickly.
Okay, so really quick, just to mention this, I just now went to Apple's site, and you can configure an iPad Pro, the new iPad Pro, to cost $2,400. $2,399.
What does a $2,000 iPad do, Cody? Tell me that.
It supports Wi-Fi cellular, has 2 terabytes of space.
Oh, I forgot about the cellular. Yeah.
Which, okay, I mean, you could still change it to Wi-Fi, and that only brings it down to $2,200. That cellular radio costs them the $200. But still, because of storage space, you can now have an iPad that costs over $2,000. God, that's so much.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the iPad has been in the zone for like the past 5 years, where the hardware in it is several years ahead of the software.
Oh God, yes, so
Like
much so.
not even so much like waiting for third parties to make apps that take advantage of everything, but like just iOS does not take advantage of this stuff yet. Like iOS still doesn't have like really any kind of multi-monitor support, even though like the big thing here is like Apple was like, oh, you can plug up Thunderbolt screens. Like, oh, what are you gonna do with that? Like there's like I was listening to this a couple people explain this workflow, and from what I understand, iOS has two modes. When you plug up a screen, you can either have it just mirror whatever's on the iPad, or some apps have like a presentation mode where they could put something different on the second screen. So like I guess if you're like video editing, you could put the video on the external screen. You could still have like the timeline and stuff on your iPad. Or if you're doing a presentation, you'd have the slides on the screen and you know your controls on the iPad.
Yeah.
But like it's not a lot. And like iPad just got mouse support like a year ago.
Yeah.
And it's like still technically like an accessibility thing.
Yeah, it is in a weird place where at this point, and people have suggested this, I think it's a great idea. I've been a big fan of this idea since the iPad came out. Why the hell doesn't it just have the ability to run Mac OS? Mm-hmm. Like, just give us Mac OS on this device, and I guess maybe, give it the ability to plug in all the other things or connect wirelessly. Let us connect a mouse, let us connect a keyboard, let this thing maybe output to another external display. That way then it's kind of like the naked robotic core that you just walk around and plug into other displays. Yeah. And here's a crazy idea, but I'm just now thinking of it and I love it. Imagine having, and this is why it immediately becomes crazy. Imagine having two iPads and then using one of them as an external display to the first one. So it's sidecar, the thing where you can use an iPad as an external display to your MacBook, but just sidecarring another iPad to the first one. I mean, at that point, you may as well just be carrying around a MacBook Pro, sure, but I kind of like that idea.
Yeah, and I get why someone would want like a totally spec'd out iPad, because like I have been allured many times by the dream of working from my tablet that can work great on Wi-Fi and cellular and all this fun stuff, but it never happens because I'm always missing too many things.
That actually reminded me of something I wanted to bring up later. But go on.
But yeah, it looks nice, but I don't know why we need the M1 in here yet. I guess if they're making them at scale and they're the ones making it, like, probably cost them a couple more bucks or something like that. But
yeah, it does seem really weird to stick an M1 in here when, I mean, they could have just stuck with whatever, what is it, the A12 that they have?
Yeah, I think that's their newest mobile chip.
Yeah, seeing as how it has an A12 in it, in the M1, like, it makes sense in a way, but at the same time, presumably the M1 is adding a bunch of other stuff that they don't need, so why are they putting that in here? Unless there is a possibility that this is straight up future proofing in the sense of like they have a plan for 2 or 3 years down the road. And
yeah, or you turn the iPad on and you can boot it into Mac OS instead.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the one big explanation I can think of for putting an M1 into an iPad Pro right now. It is that thing where in a year, 2 years, 4 years, whatever, they'll turn around and say, hey, remember that kind of overpriced thing that you bought a while back? Guess what? Now it's going to do way more.
Now it's a Mac. Yeah. Surprise.
Which, let's be honest, every single person's going to be like, whoa, Apple? You, Apple, sold a product with the intent that one day it would actually do more than what it could do when you sold it? No way.
Yeah. And again, like they show stuff about Thunderbolt. It's like the iPad Pro has had a USB Type-C port for a while, but Apple doesn't let you do a lot with that Type-C port. Like you can plug in flash drives and screens, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay, Apple. Also, did you see how much the Magic Keyboard costs?
Oh no, this? I didn't. How much?
It is $350.
Oh,
I know these get more expensive every year. Like I kind of lost my. You
started just saying that number, and I was cringing. I was cringing when you only had the 3 out.
Yeah, like Corbin's gonna say like 1 or maybe 2 something.
Well, I didn't really have a number in my head, but you got the 3 out there, and I was already cringing. Then you threw in the 50, and it's like, wait, what?
I know.
It's like that.
You can get a non-iPad Pro for that money.
Yeah.
And probably the stylus too.
I mean, for real, that's like pledging a fraternity, going through Rush and getting paddled and all that stuff, and then being told, oh yeah, we don't actually have parties or anything. We don't do any of the cool stuff. So how'd you like your initiation pledge?
I want to see how much the Surface keyboard costs at this point, because geez. that I remember that was really bad. Hold on, I'm trying to find it not in a bundle. Collect Surface.
David Lama said Touch ID isn't cheap. Apparently, yeah, obviously not. My God, $350 for a keyboard that has a battery, some degree of security in it, and
so
Touch ID.
The type cover on the Surface Pro 7, which is the newest Intel one, is the most expensive one is $160, but they go down to $130. Now, granted, Microsoft's keyboard doesn't have like a mounting bracket and a Type-C port in it, but also like you don't really need that.
Nope.
So, yeah, or Touch ID, but again, Windows doesn't have a use for that.
I mean, I'm sure that this is entirely because of Touch ID, but oh my God, that is way too much for Touch ID.
Because all the processing for that is just on the chipset
in the computer.
Yeah, the keyboard is just going to be like a reader.
Well, I think the keyboard probably has a lot of encryption going on. That's what's significant about the keyboard. But so I'm honestly really baffled by this. I'm trying to think of why on earth that keyboard should cost that much.
It's because there is like this rabid group of people who want to use the iPad for work, and they'll pay whatever it is.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Like
Are you talking about the iMac keyboard or the?
Oh, I'm talking about the iPad.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the iPad.
I had
keyboard.
not actually looked at.
Does the iPad keyboard not have Touch ID?
I don't think it does.
Let's see. Magic Keyboard. It has a Type-C port, pass-through charging. Oh yeah, I don't think it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and so I don't think this is the $350. Or the one for iPad I don't think is the $350.
Yeah. Learn more about iPad Pro. Where's the keyboard, Tim? Yeah, I don't see a Touch ID on the keyboard they have in these pictures.
Nope.
So, okay. So it's well, hold on. The one in these pictures looks like just the normal one because it's not like lifted.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No. I don't know.
Keyboards for iPad.
I hate Apple's website. Shop iPad.
Oh, okay. Wait, so here's the
New.
Magic Keyboard.
Yeah, I just found the new Magic Keyboard.
For $300.
Mine's $350. Did you click the here, I'll send you a link to what I'm looking at.
I mean, I'm looking at a page titled iPad Keyboards, so
it says Magic Keyboard for iPad Pro 12-inch.
Oh, okay, I've got the one for 11-inch.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, here's the $350.
Yeah, that extra inch will be $50, Cody.
It absolutely will be. I mean,
wait, what's that one on the what's that button on the left bottom left corner? That looks like something. Or is that just Siri?
Bottom left. Yeah, I think that's just pretty well. That should be a function key if it were a regular keyboard. I think that is for Siri though.
Okay. Yeah, the feature list below it doesn't mention, and I feel like that's something Apple would call out. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So pricey. And I already felt bad about how much I paid for the keyboard for the Tab S6. I don't remember how much I paid, but it was too much money. Especially since Samsung does not make good keyboards.
Wait, what in the Magic Keyboard for... Oh, there's also the... Oh, okay. They have the Magic Keyboard and the Smart Keyboard. That also makes a difference. The Smart Keyboard Folio is just $200, which is still pricey for a freaking keyboard, but at least it's slightly less offensive.
But Cody, you can get interest-free payments with Apple Card.
Yeah, yay.
Oh. I did roll my eyes when like the first thing they said at the event was like, "Oh, we've got Apple Cards for families now." I'm like, "Oh, okay." This is just the company Apple is now.
Well, yeah. Well, luxury brands, dude. That's... Cecil Donna's theorizing it might be to change keyboard languages. I mean, it certainly could be, but to dedicate a whole key to changing languages? That seems...
I think my tablet has that too. But it's like I think it's like a function modifier.
Maybe it could be remapped, or well, what am I saying? The iPad doesn't seem like something that would have remappable keys, but maybe you can pick if it works as well. They don't really have function keys within iOS, so I don't know. Obviously, there's only one way to solve this. One of us is going to have to buy this entire setup and then press the button. We've got to find out what the button does. There is no other solution.
The button's just like an Amazon Dash button that orders you another iPad.
Oh my god.
Another keyboard.
That'd be awesome. I mean, terrible, but awesome in all the worst ways.
I'm just thinking of how many phones I've reviewed that are cheaper than this keyboard.
Oh my god.
That are like pretty good phones.
I mean, that totally fits, but it's funny. Let's see. Damn it, I'm trying to... I know that this is totally not the point, but I'm trying to bring up something. Here's what I wanted. Not important, I'm bringing this up later, but I wanted to find something before I forgot. Okay, anyway. So, how much actually... Oops. Before I forget... There. I'm cleaning up tabs while I'm also moving stuff around. Did they say how much the new iMac keyboard is? Because I'm betting that's probably astronomical too.
I don't know how much it costs. I do know someone mentioned that the Touch ID on it only works with M1 Max.
Yeah.
Because like the hardware for that is in the SoC. But I don't know how much that is.
Okay. Quickly pulling up. Mac Rumors has a post that does not mention price. Okay. I'm assuming, maybe unfairly, that if there was going to be a price, they would have mentioned it in their post.
Most likely.
Oh, wait. Here's a separate post from them. Let's see. It looks like
Apple.
there will be a $50 upgrade option for getting the iMac with a Magic Keyboard that comes with Touch ID.
Okay.
So you can get a Magic Keyboard. Oh wait, sorry.
So that means the when you buy an iMac, it comes with a lame keyboard.
No, I read that wrong.
Okay.
While higher-end configurations of Apple's new iMac will ship with the new Magic Keyboard with Touch ID in the box at no additional charge, the Touch ID keyboard is a $50 upgrade option for the new base model. What? Oh, higher... Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's just about the higher-end configurations, but the base model, they're going a little cheap on. Okay. I mean, I guess I get that, but that sucks.
Yeah, I don't see anything about how much that costs. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm just curious what the keyboard itself costs to replace. Like if you're having a party and one of your guests decides to go aggro on your keyboard for whatever reason, like how much are you going to spend to buy a new one? Apple is offering an extended version of the Magic Keyboard with both Touch ID and a numeric keypad, which will be available as an $80 upgrade option. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, but yeah, this still doesn't have anything about the dedicated separate price. Oh well. And to some extent, like I was so sad at the idea that this is locked to M1 computers, and maybe just the iMac. I don't know. I didn't see anything saying that it was or wasn't compatible with like the MacBook Pros or any of the other computers. I would expect it to work with those, but maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, they'll probably have to wait until it's sold separately.
Yeah, but one way or the other, I think this is something they should make available everywhere. To as many computers as they can, even if the price is going to be outrageous, which I assume it will be.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Again, I guess at some point I'll probably have to buy a new iPhone just for testing stuff to review. Like I have my iPhone SE for. but I'll probably just go to like Swapper or something for that. I don't need a new iPhone. I just need something that is functional and can boot up to iOS.
Yeah. No, I want to get I do want to get an iPhone for a few purposes, but never see myself switching.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do that.
So, and then Apple's other big announcement was, of course, Apple TV stuff. It's still going to be the most expensive streaming player on the market.
Are they putting an M1 in the Thunderbolt support on the TV? Let's go.
Oh, that would actually be kind of cool. If you could play files locally.
I need a Ted Lasso in 240 hertz 4K.
Don't forget HDR.
Yeah.
Need the full HDR on that thing. But yeah, so they have upgraded it. It's finally going to be in 4K, which yay, I guess. A12 Bionic chip, so it's caught up with all the other iOS devices. And it's going to start at $179. That's pretty much it. Outside of, I guess, the Shield.
That is an expensive TV.
Well, not even a TV,
device.
just a box.
Yeah. Like, I think someone pointed out on Twitter, like, the voice remote sold separately is more expensive than the Google Chromecast.
Yep.
It's just like, oh, like, I get that it like plays games too, I guess, but
well, it plays games too, but I mean this new controller is hardly a game controller. It's a game controller the same way that any controller sold with like what is it? Amazon Fire Stick. Like that, sure, you can play games with that, but you don't want to. Like, that's the classic sort of one-handed play. Like, all you care about is the one button that you can push to like trigger a jump in a runner or something like that. That's, this isn't really for gaming.
Yeah, and this is why I just want to avoid the Apple ecosystem as much as I can, because it's so expensive. Like, all of this stuff is so expensive. It's crazy, especially when I wrote about Roku's new stuff that launched earlier this month, and Roku's product lineup doesn't make sense at all. They have like 5 different things that overlap each other.
Yeah.
But generally, they're all like under $50 for like the good stuff, not like the, low-end Fire TV stick that you can feel it suffering as it tries to open any application. But like stuff that generally runs good. And it has the voice remote. It has the, like Apple was like, oh, look, our remote has a power button on the remote. How long has Roku and Amazon been doing that? Like maybe 10 years at this point.
Oh, really quick note. I don't know technically that this is the most expensive product, but Roku, for the exact same price as the new Apple TV 4K, Roku sells their Stream Bar Pro.
Yeah.
So 4K HDR, it's a
and
speaker.
That's a sound bar.
Yeah. Like, that's a lot more
like
value add.
HDMI pass through, I think. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Which, okay, I fully acknowledge it's also not the same type of app platform that Apple TV is. It is an app platform, but not to that same level. It doesn't have as much power. So fully granting that distinction, but man, you're still getting a pretty good speaker out of it.
Yeah. And anyway, I brought up Roku because they announced their a new operating system upgrade, and one of the big changes in it was it now works fully with Apple's HomeKit and other stuff, so you can AirPlay stuff to Roku devices.
Oh wow.
And you can plug it into all your other Apple ecosystem stuff. So like that seems like the better buy for 95% of people that are in Apple world. Like just buy Roku.
Yeah.
Or even like I think I mean a lot of stuff has AirPlay now. Like I think Samsung's TVs have had it for a while. But you know, again, like all this is it's so pricey. And like again, they're advertising like private listening as a feature here. Roku's had that for years. I think Amazon has maybe had it for a while too. I know on stuff with I don't know if Roku has like Bluetooth audio support for that, but like a lot of them have had like a headphone jack on the remote that you can plug into. I know Fire TV and Android TV have had Bluetooth audio support for a long time. So yeah, this is a lot.
Yeah, it definitely it fails that basic test in my book of are you delivering something that are you delivering something that necessarily meets that price to value level? And you can have like the Apple tax included, you can have some of the other things, but at this stage, this is a streaming box that is, I would say, no less than double what any competitor would be charging for the exact same thing.
And David said Apple TV is just for Apple stands and hardcore ecosystem buffs. The Apple TV app is on almost everything now.
Yeah,
like there was this fun period where like every box had its own software or content draw to it. Like I remember being really annoyed that I had to buy a Fire TV stick to watch Prime Video because Amazon did support that on the Chromecast. And even like I think I even had like a PS3 and that didn't support it either, even though the PS3 had had Netflix and other stuff on it.
Yeah.
Like I did not I had nothing that could play Prime Video except going out and spending $30 on a Fire Stick, which of course was the slowest and worst thing I've ever had to use plugged into a TV.
Yeah, I had so I have had a Sony TV for ages, and Prime TV became available on that long before it was available to any other Android device. And I aside from the fact that their app just is total dumpster fire trash, I just remember thinking, this is so obnoxious to have to switch into the slow, terribly performing TV because of a deal? Because Amazon doesn't want their app running on better hardware? So, like, what logic is there to this? I couldn't figure it out. And, you know, the same is kind of still true with, obviously, Apple. Apple TV still isn't on generic Android devices. It's only on stuff where they partnered. And, again, it's dumb. It's petty. They gotta stop this stuff. It's hurting them more than anything.
Yeah, so anyway, I think we're firmly past that point. The only times I really see that something like that come up is, I know HBO and Roku got into a little bit of a tussle over when HBO Max launched. It wasn't available on Roku for months because they were bickering over advertising. Roku's income model is kind of weird. Like I believe they get some kind of a say or a cut on ads or money generated through Roku products. I'm not fully up to date on it, but there was some llama drama there, and HBO Max didn't show up on Roku for a while. But besides those little, I think a similar thing happened with Disney Plus and either Roku or it might have been Apple. I'm not sure, but anyway, for the most part, those that doesn't come up anymore, which is nice.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just futzing with the lighting because I can tell the green screen is getting really confused right now for whatever reason. Or rather, OBS is getting confused with green screening. Not super important. Yeah, I don't know. I fully agree with that point. I fully agree with David Lama's point. At this stage, Apple TV really is just for the fan group, which that's fine. But at one point in history, like I was about ready to get my aunt like a year and a half, 2 years ago. No, I guess it was a little more than that. Anyway, I was going to get my aunt who has an iPhone, mostly because I don't want to try to help her deal with an Android phone. More because I don't want her to go through upgrades that are going to confuse her and stuff like that, and I want her to just have the most consistent experience that involves as little learning as possible.
It's easier to find people to help you with an iPhone than it is with some random Android. Yeah.
So, yeah, I got her onto an iPhone, and I was about to suggest that she get an Apple TV, but the price versus what you're getting out of it, and I feel like the remote just isn't really doing that much for you. You put all these things together, and it's like, yeah, this just isn't. It's not worth recommending this. Not when her TV does 3/4 of what this would do for her anyway.
Yeah. It is always weird to see Apple, like some of they seem to have like two different pricing strategies. Some stuff they price it almost exactly like the competition, like AirTags, and then other stuff for whatever reason, it's just balloon in price compared to anything else you can get. Like the lower end MacBooks, like they're pretty much about what you would pay for a similar quality Windows laptop. AirTags are same price as all the other Bluetooth tags. And then Apple TV's like, what if like we price it the same as like an iPhone SE on sale?
Yeah.
I remember when the Apple TV had a PowerPC G4 chip in it, and you could, and it was basically just running Mac OS X, but they put a fancy UI on top, and you could turn off the fancy UI and basically have like a slightly shittier Mac Mini. That was great.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that to this day, I think that's what's possibly going to bother me most about the M1 Max is that they're still, at least at the moment, operating system locked.
Yeah, I did get to write a post about initial M1 support showing up in the Linux kernel. So that will happen at some point. There's still no like not hacky graphics support, but that'll happen eventually, probably.
David Lama just brought up the headphones, which I don't know why, but I completely forgot about those. The AirPods Pro. Oh, Corbin, your mic needs a rebump. That's static. That's still so weird. I hear none of it. I don't understand why that's happening. Anyway, so yeah, the AirPods Pro. That's just they're too expensive, designed weirdly, and it like kind of like before, it's something that only appeals to people who are in Apple's ecosystem. There's no reason anyone else is going to want those.
Yeah. Speaking of earbuds, I just wrote a guide that should go up on XDA soonish. I found out how to do this from some post on Reddit a long time ago, but it seems like no one else has written it into like a pretty guide with pictures and everything. When you have I have them right here. So I have my lovely Galaxy Buds Live, which are the beans. And when you pair these to an iPhone, they just use, Siri when you do the assistant gesture. When you pair them to non-Samsung Android phones, they use Google Assistant. But when you pair them to a Samsung phone, then they use Bixby. And there's no setting to not use Bixby.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you go into the if you find the Bixby app on the Samsung phone and clear all the defaults for it from the app info, and then do the assistant gesture on the earbuds, then you can pick which app you want to use and set that as the default. It's really great.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so somehow no one I looked and it seemed like that Reddit post and like a couple different forum threads were the only place that was mentioned. So I wrote it up as a guide with pictures and everything fun.
Yeah. I feel like we're in this weird place with so many technologies. All of it works in such a very specific way, and if you were to come from outside that ecosystem, you're going to get baffled no matter what. Mm-hmm. We can't be that far off from more of these things starting to behave in a way that just seems more common sense and intuitive. Maybe I'm crazy. Mm-hmm. We got to be getting close to something that resembles a better experience.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on those Bixby speakers.
Yeah.
Oh, did those come out anywhere? Even like South Korea?
I don't think so.
There was the Galaxy Home, which was the one that kind of looked like a like barbecue, and then there was the Galaxy Home Mini.
Oh, Curvy Mermaid. Sorry, I said AirPods Pro. I meant AirPods Max.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hate their product naming in this case. AirPods Max is.
I hate everything named Pro. These earbuds are only for professionals, Cody.
Yeah.
Are you just a normal consumer? You can't have these then.
So yeah. I was intending to talk about the big heavy duty headphones that weigh twice as much as what anyone wants to wear on their head. Not the tiny little earbuds that are just way more expensive for like 2 features.
It looks like the Galaxy Home Mini was sold as a pre-order bonus, or was given away as a pre-order bonus for the S20 in Korea, and that appears to be the only time it was ever distributed. So I think that got quietly killed off too. I'm trying to see if there's any on eBay. There's none available. I'm gonna click sold items. Okay, there was one person that sold theirs for $30. I'm gonna put a price alert on this. I want to get one just to screw around with. That'd be a fun post if someone lists one for sale again. Here's the speaker that Samsung forgot about.
Oh. Okay. So Corbin, this has nothing to do with the stream. I'm just gonna say though, remind me later to tell you about that room I told you just got created today, because I now see why.
Okay.
And it's interesting.
Oh, so I didn't see that Apple AirTags can also be like engraved.
Oh yeah, like what? 90% of Apple's products can be engraved.
Yeah, I really wish Samsung would let me engrave tags, because I get like I'm pretty sure I already said this, but I put the one that came with my S21 on my dog, and I had to find a collar that let me engrave like the name and stuff on the collar itself, because I can't put it on the tag, and also I don't want to put the name tag and the Galaxy tag hanging from the neck, because that's annoying.
Yeah.
So
okay, so I didn't actually think that this was going to exist, but there is a page on Apple specifically about Apple's engraving. I'll even drop the link in chat. So, damn it. Wait, why is that still in my clipboard? That's weird. Okay. Anyway, there's the link. So you can engrave your AirPods, AirTag, iPad Pro with emoji, text, and numbers, or you can add a special message to your Apple Pencil 2nd generation, only the 2nd gen, iPad Air, iPad Mini, and iPod Touch, because someone still buys the iPod Touch, I guess.
Ooh, AirTag has free engraving.
Oh, all of them are free. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I kind of love that emoji is an option.
Yeah, I want to get a poop emoji AirTag.
I mean, how do you not?
Yeah. That's kind of fun. Yeah. I saw Samsung started selling, or is going to start selling, a couple more colors for for their tags. But yes, I would like an engraving option. Also, I'll probably buy another one for keys soon, because now I have more keys, and I've already lost them a couple times.
Yeah. Okay, so I gotta say, I genuinely do love the... Oh wow. So zooming in on this. Okay, so if you look at this page, they have an AirTag that is engraved with LOL, but the O is a smiley face. Which, okay, that's cute and all.
Mm.
But when I zoomed in on this, I also noticed what they had the iPad engraved with above it. It's a let's see, yeah, that should show up on the stream too. It's the emoji of a hand like this, and it says party time pixel lint, as in I mean that's kind of a subtle slap to Pixel. As in lint, you give up the thing that you give up something for 30 days kind of thing. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what this means, but that's it. The moment I see Pixel lint, that's immediately what my brain jumps to is, yeah, they're saying give up the pixel.
But what was I gonna say?
Something about Fire TV.
No. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I Twitter gave me a notification and I clicked on it, and then I looked at this video and it's really funny. So.
No, I fully admit my train of thought is a little bit all over the place. Partially because I'm just trying to do too many things at once, and I'm gonna blame the shot I got, the vaccine shot, because supposedly that makes it hard to focus. I don't think I'm having that problem at all. Huh?
How's your 5G reception?
Oh, I mean, I can literally feel the 5Gs buzzing around me, which is pretty impressive because we have no 5G coverage here.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that, like, is when I got mine, they were like, you have to sit over here for 15 minutes so we can make sure you don't, have an allergic reaction or something. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I noticed on my phone that I had 5G service. So I was like, I'll do a speed test while I'm sitting here. I was like, yeah, because I was, because this was like almost like a week or two after I got teeth. So I was still in that, like, I wonder if this has the actual fast 5G or not when I get this mysterious icon in my status bar. And I think that was the fastest that I got at that point. So it probably was the vaccine. CVS had the cell tower in the back.
Beside him, yeah. So about the party time pixelint, yeah, that is a Bill and Ted reference. Which I probably, like, I knew it in my head, but I spaced on actually saying anything like that. But I feel like you didn't have to change excellent into pixelint unless you're trying to also throw a little bit of, like, side shade. Anyway, oh yeah, so when I got my vaccine shot, it was not the experience I've heard other people talk about. It was close enough, but it was just a little off. So for mine, I went into a Rite Aid. They made me go through the entire process of having a prescription filled, which was weird. As in, like, they took all of my information. They had me wait until a certain time. Like, they had me sit and wait for them to actually, quote unquote, fill the prescription. At which point I had to check out as if I was actually paying for a subscription, except they didn't take a card. And then they had me sit and wait a little bit longer. I finally got called into a room. The girl that called me in, like, it was, I don't know, I think I was in that room less than 4 minutes. Anyway, she jabbed my arm, no big deal. And then as I was on my way back outside, she gestured for me to get up and leave. And she said, so we recommend people hang out for, like, 10 to 15 minutes, just in case. And that was it. I did not see another human being the entire time. Like, from that point on, I just sat in the waiting area, dicking around with my phone, and I waited well past, just because. But yeah, something about the fact that they just kind of usher you into the waiting area, and there's no one there watching. There's no observation. There's nothing. And every other person I've heard of has at least been sitting within view of other people. I don't know why. Just like when I went, they put the chairs like 15 feet away from where the other technicians were. Oh, sure, yeah.
People. So there was definitely some people looking at me to make sure I wasn't dying.
Yeah, and while I was sitting there, I don't know if this had anything to do with the vaccine, but for a few minutes my skin did get kind of blotchy, both my arms. But I think part of me thinks that may have had a little bit to do with, like, being in the sun, like being in direct sun a little bit when I normally am not. And it could have just been like changes in temperature that day and stuff like that. You know, little things that could also have caused skin to kind of flip out a little bit. Outside of that, the only side effect I definitely have is a little bit of soreness where the injection site was. Otherwise, I think I've basically gone without any side effects. No certainty, but it seems like it went pretty smoothly.
Which one did you get again?
Pfizer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I got. So you had your first one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I got the Pfizer one. My arm kind of felt like I had slept on it for like 2 days.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit uncomfortable, but that was it. From what I understand, the second one is a little bit more intense.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing too.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna have to try to change some scheduling around just in case I need to like not do anything the day after if I'm just like slightly hard to focus.
Yeah, which of course I'm, you know, that means that a RambleCast in 3 weeks is very likely to be pushed a day or something, depending on what the symptoms are like. But we'll see.
Or we'll do a RambleCast, but we'll put the phone number of Cody's local health department on the bottom. So if you see him starting to pass out, then you can call that number and we can make sure Cody's going to be okay.
Yes. Yeah, I probably shouldn't laugh, who knows. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, but we'll see.
It's like a crowd-funded life alert.
Yeah. Yeah, so far though, no, that's Google. Oh, wait. Oh, that is the week of Google I/O, isn't it?
I don't know when I/O is. Google I/O.
Let's see, May 18th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
18 to 20. When am I getting my shot?
Oh wait, so okay, that's not the same time then.
Mine is the 29th. Okay, well that's good.
Let's see. Okay, and they auto-scheduled me for... Wait, what? Rite Aid scheduled me for May 11th. Oh, no. Okay, that is right.
Yeah, that's like 2 weeks.
No, that's 3 weeks away.
Okay.
It's the 21st today. So, no, I was looking at a calendar, and I spaced for a second. I was looking at April's, and it's like, wait, they scheduled me for a Sunday? Why the hell did they do that?
We're still in... why they scheduled me so far out? We're still in March 2020.
Oh, it's not funny. I mean, it's funny, but it's, you know,
It's kind of fun.
it's funny.
Also, I'm gonna lose like almost that whole day anyway when I'm getting the shot, because the only I had to go to a CVS like an hour and a half away to get the shot, and you know they just do it at the same one twice, so I'm going to be driving a lot that day. Yay.
Yeah, so let's see. So okay, at least this isn't scheduled for Google I/O, because that would suck. However, if symptoms are bad and they last a long time, who knows? That might slightly nudge up against Google I/O just as I'm getting over them. Let's see. C. Saldana, can't you just go anytime near the 3-week mark? Yes, you can. But Rite Aid auto schedules you for 3 weeks later. And at the same time, same day of the week. So as far as I can tell, I think that's probably a great thing. I could change it. I asked them and they said, oh yeah, you can reschedule if you want. Just, you know, we do this. Just use the number, link, or whatever it is if you need to reschedule. let's see, to Austin. Let's see, if I remember correctly, Pfizer, the second dose is supposed to come 21 days later, and if it's Moderna, it's supposed to be 28 days later. So 3 weeks for Pfizer, 4 weeks for Moderna. That's about it. Not a whole lot interesting to say beyond that, but yeah, that's when their dose schedule is recommended. So yeah, anyway, in a couple of weeks, I should be slightly more immune to some COVID.
Nice. I am excited to explore around here a little bit more, especially now that my dog is now on anxiety medicine. So she should stop freaking out as much when I leave too. So that's nice.
Yeah, I really hadn't thought much about it, but you didn't really get to explore the city you live in now, thanks to COVID. That is a weird thought. I just hadn't really put much consideration into that aspect of moving to a place that you don't even get to explore until later.
Yeah. Well, also, like, I've been like far busier than I expected to be doing stupid menial tasks.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like I had to drive. The DMV actually was in, or I'm sorry, not the DMV. I had to drive to a DMV like an hour away at 8 a.m. I had to drive, again, an hour and a half for the COVID shot. I had to do a couple other annoying errands. So a lot of my spare time lately has been still like leftover tasks from switching states. It's so much work. There's so many things I have to change. I think there's still like one or two things. I finally have my North Carolina driver's license and car plate. So I think all that's left to do is give my updated address to PC Gamer for when I get tax forms next year. And I think that's it. I don't know. I might also, I'm not sure if the company I'm financing my car through also needs to be notified separately. I feel like the state would do that, but I can't. Trusting government is maybe not always the best decision. So I might still need to call them and ask.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's so much work. Why? It's like the U.S. is only split. Only the stuff that's like really annoying is up to the states, and all the easy stuff is just on the federal level.
Yeah.
Like I have to change a lot of stuff. Like I feel like
here's
like I'm not sure I fully get why driving is up to the states. Like, why do I have the state driver? Because like we have like all these roads that go across multiple states.
Okay, so here's all right. That could be a topic all its own, but I want to get this out really quick. This is one of the things that you're going to find does not get better as the years go by. In fact, it almost just gets worse. Dude, right now I am technically driving on an expired license because of DMV being closed.
Right.
Let's see, doing taxes, doing just God, there is just this limitless line of things that I have to get done in the next few weeks. And yeah, it just, none of this stuff ever seems to really end. It's all just forever a time sink. Sometimes I wonder, would it be possible? Well, I know that they have those like assistant services. I swear a group of people should get together, go in on getting an assistant. Just one assistant who can do all of this crap for you.
Yeah, but then I have to give someone that I don't fully know, like, my birth certificate to do all this.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if I trust you. I kind of felt kind of sketched out. Just take it out of the safe myself. Like, if I lose, I'm in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. David Lama's going to report us, or me, to the authorities. Yeah, you could. It won't matter because Oregon right now has a 3-month rolling window on expired licenses. So basically, they're saying if it expires, we just don't care right now. It's cool. Like, we've told the cops, just don't ticket people for expired licenses. And it's like, yeah, that works. But I still have to get it taken care of within the next about 2 months.
Yeah, I did go through downtown Raleigh to get my license plate, and it is really pretty down there. So I need to go down there again and do some fun stuff. It's like Atlanta, but slightly fewer 20-lane roads that scare me, and more trees.
Yeah, that is one of the things. The first time I ever went to Texas, I became very aware of just how happily they made roads that were so wide you couldn't throw a football across them.
Yeah.
Living here in Oregon, like growing up here, it's weird when you see a road. Even today, it's kind of weird to see a road that's 5 lanes or more. Both, like, 5 lanes split between both directions. Like, it just doesn't. That doesn't happen. It's a lot of 4 lanes or less.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, where I grew up, it was not entirely uncommon to find 1-lane roads. Where, like, as people are driving along, at a certain point, you just, oh, hey, there's a vehicle up front. One of us has to pull to the side and let them pass.
Swerve,
That actually, I'm so glad that that's not a thing hardly anywhere anymore. But, cringe.
Yeah. So yeah, I do need to go around here. Also, there's like some fun historical stuff around here because North Carolina didn't get quite as torched during the Civil War. So like the thing about like Atlanta is that most of it was burnt to the ground during that bit. Like I think the story is like Sherman was just kind of like torching everything on the way down, and then he got down to Savannah, Georgia, and he was like, this is pretty. I don't think I'll burn this city.
Yeah.
So that's why Savannah has a lot of cool historical stuff because it didn't get completely demolished.
That's it. Little secret. That's why they call it Hotlanta. All the fires.
Yeah.
That, by the way, folks, that history lesson brought to you by Total Bullshit. Just so you know.
I mean, it is hot because it's the South, so that's not entirely bullshit. I just opened Google Maps and it gave me a pop-up to let me know it's easier to find women-led businesses near you. Okay, thanks.
I definitely don't need to open Google to see that. I get emails about that probably at least twice a week.
Yeah.
I don't know what mailing lists I got on, but PR agents love to tell at least me about women-run, like women-led or women-run businesses.
Yeah, I was opening Google Maps because there's a couple places on the coast that still have like early colonist settlement stuff. That's kind of cool. Roanoke was in North Carolina. Of course, there's not much left of that specifically, but there's stuff around it that's from around the same time. So yeah, there's stuff around here I'll go check out at some point. I'm waiting for the get the second COVID dose and then waiting for dog anxiety meds to fully kick in. Haven't quite done it yet because she's only been on them for less than a week, I think. So, yeah, I am going to DC in August though, and then probably Chicago also in August. So we're gonna do some post-COVID exploring at some point later.
Well, that should be fun, I assume. For your sake, I hope. Let's see. So, Android 12 Developer Preview 3 is a thing. Let's see. So, I'm just looking at a Droid Life post. I'll paste the link in chat in case anyone wants to see this. I'm not sure how extensive Droid Life is about covering things, but I'm assuming that they're probably following along with what other people are doing. Let's see. So volume slider is puffier. Might have been. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the volume slider changed. Settings looks different.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at any of the DP3 stuff yet. I saw Michelle posting some screenshots, and for a second I was like, "Is that one UI?"
that seems fair.
Because like that volume slider looks exactly like what's on Samsung phones, which annoys me. I don't like it's on the side. I liked better when it was on the top. Also, they moved around more settings because it wouldn't be an Android update if I didn't forget where everything was again. That's a requirement for upgrades.
I know, right? Okay, so I'm skimming headlines now. From 9 to 5, they've obviously... 9 to 5 is doing the AP thing. It's just a crap load of posts all about individual things. Rounded bubbly corners now used with all key UI elements. Settings... Okay, I know that this is a weird takeaway, but the what is it? The radius angle? Whatever it is.
Yeah, border radius.
Yeah, border radius. This is the weirdest takeaway from it, but I hate this so much because it reminds me of the weirdest little thing. So, you're familiar, at least with the existence of the game Magic the Gathering. In the very, very beginning of Magic, the first set that came out, Alpha, used to have a different border radius on cards. So it like if you tried playing with Alpha cards next to anything else, it was always super obvious that you were using, or well, like what card was coming up. It was kind of a way to cheat and mark your cards, sort of. Anyway, that border radius that's on this stuff now looks so similar to what the Alpha cards had as a border radius, and it drives me crazy. It like I said, it's a weird little thing, but it's annoying. I want them to go back to having sharper border radius. I want a rectangle with just a few pixels knocked off the corner. Don't give me a big rounded bubble.
Yeah, I just want it to be consistent, and the Google's Android skin is still like, there's parts of it that are mostly square but with a little bit of a rounded angle, and then there's some elements that are just circles. Yeah. And not even just like icons that are circles, but like the volume slider where like we have a circle slider now. So I just want it to be a little bit consistent. I do like that the settings app isn't like completely white with just like tiny little borders of black. They're doing a little bit more of a gray that's easier on my eyes. Actually, you know what they're doing? They're copying my website. Because if you look at my website, I have like a background color that's not white, but it's like a grayish color, and then the text is it's not black, it's like slightly dark gray. So I should call Google and let them know that they need to credit me.
Just send them a cease and desist order. You'll get through to someone a lot faster.
Yeah. Oh, I had a fun Google developer support experience this week. So I have my Chrome extensions on the Chrome Web Store, and one of them got taken down. And I got sent an email that was like, your extension was violating this rule because nothing happened after our previous communication. The item is now removed and you can contact support. First, I didn't get a previous email that I could find. I checked my spam. There is like a 1% possibility that it might have just not got to me because it was going through my redirect that I have on my website. Like, it wasn't straight to my Gmail, it was to my me@corbin.io. And sometimes that does screw up, but I couldn't find an earlier email. And then the link to their support wanted you to put in like a reference number from the email. The email didn't have a reference number. So I was like, I don't really know what to do here. So I tagged the one Chrome Web Store person I'm aware of on Twitter. And I was like, hey, what's going on here? And they're like, okay, go to the support website. And I was like, well, it's telling me to put in the ID that I don't have, but I'll click one of the other options that does not require me to put in an ID. So then I type out like, hey, I don't know why this got removed. Because again, like the extension was Peak, which is that one I have where if you scroll over a link, it'll give you a little pop-up of like, if it's a file, it'll show like the PDF embed. Like it doesn't, again, none of my stuff does anything remotely sketchy. I don't even think that one has any analytics in it. So I was like, I don't really know how it could get removed, but whatever. And then I get the email like, okay, we're looking at it. And then like a day later, I hear, oh, it got removed because it has a donate button that you didn't mention in the description. I'm like, why does that need to be in the description? Does every single function in the extension need to be in the description? Like, when have you ever looked at an app on the Play Store and every single setting or option in the app is in the description? It's a summary. It's not it's not a research paper on the project.
Okay,
So this isn't even like the Play Store where like, oh, I'm circumventing some payment system. There's no Chrome Web Store payment system anymore.
Right.
So you go ahead.
I was going to say, just wait, because the next thing we're probably going to hear is that they not only demand that you mention the stuff it does do, they might start demanding that you mention the stuff it doesn't do. Which I guess actually the Play Store already has that. That's pretty much the privacy policy.
Well, the Google does have something like that for the Chrome Web Store, where every single permission your app has, extension, you have to tell them why you need it, but that information isn't like public facing.
Right.
That I know of. It's just like I had to explain, like, I need the storage permission because I'm storing settings. So, yeah. So anyway, then I put a little thing at the bottom of the extension that said, hey, this has a donate button. That's it. That's all I put. And then I resubmitted, and they're like, okay, this looks good. So that was a fun adventure for silly reasons. So again, that's like 1% as bad as I've heard some other horror stories from people dealing with the Play Store or Chrome Web Store.
Yeah. Well,
But
I mean,
still annoying. Again, that was like a total of like 30 minutes or so between all of that communication of like, why am I doing this? This is a waste of my time.
well, everything with all of Google's stores have this exact problem. The rules are inconsistent, and they've got a bunch of demands that kind of don't make sense at all.
Yeah, and like I get, like I'm totally in favor of the bits of like, you need, like we need to review every single update and you need to tell us why you need all these permissions, because the Chrome Web Store has had a lot of shit on it in the past that as a user is the reason why I keep my browser extensions to an absolute minimum. So I get that. I'm in favor of that. But also, why are you going to take down my extension? Because it did not mention one thing in the...
Yeah, that seems...
Like, if it was like, oh, I'm collecting all your, like, usage data without mentioning that anywhere, sure. But, like, this isn't a harmful feature. It's like the equivalent of me forgetting to put that Pete can render PDFs in the description.
Yeah.
A little bit weird.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of a good way to logic it, but yeah, it's one of those where, again, it's just so inconsistent. They've got weird rules. It never seems like they've decided how things are supposed to actually work. They just do them.
Yeah, like the only way I can kind of think of why that might be a issue is like if you're putting this on like a kid's computer and you don't want them to accidentally spend money, but the payment stuff is through like PayPal, and like that needs like a login and stuff. It's not like the mobile games that are very clearly designed just to get the kids to press OK to like $99 a month subscription through the App Store.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
And I'll head off in like 5 minutes or so because I need to get dinner going.
All right. Oh yeah, it is closing in on 4, I guess. So let's see. I've been skimming over a lot of the Android 12 stuff. I am looking at Mishal's Twitter feed, and so far what I'm seeing is a whole lot of they tweak the look of things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do wonder if like, because we're really close. Well, okay, so we're about a month out from I/O.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, are we gonna? Because usually what happens every year is we get the big beta release at I/O that is more or less feature complete, and then after that point, it's mostly bug fixes or last minute API changes. But have we gotten like a... I'm not sure what's... I know there's a couple things in the developer previews right now that are not visible yet, but they're very clearly working on it. But it does seem like this is going to be a pretty small Android update, regardless.
You mean Android 12 as a whole, or okay, yeah. Now that's what I've been saying. I really there have been all these people saying that this is one of the biggest Android releases in recent history, and it's like, no, it isn't.
Yeah,
they're tweaking some design decisions, which I guess if that's all you think Android is
really gonna only impact pixels.
Yeah,
everyone else skins.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there will be a few things that I think we're gonna see kind of everywhere, but you know, it's going to be, I mean, visually speaking, it's relatively limited. Austin's bringing up GKI, which, yes, that's a big deal, but I mean, we're okay. How do I convey this? It to me, it would be sort of like, let's say that you're going to let's say you're designing a car, or maybe okay, scrap that. Let's say you take your car to the mechanic. Okay, you go to the mechanic and the mechanic says, oh, you know what, we're gonna have to change I probably shouldn't have gone with this metaphor because I'm drawing a blank on what would be a good thing to change, but I don't know. Let's say they have to replace your AC unit. Okay, great. They can replace your AC unit. There's so much card that has nothing to do with the AC unit. GKI is a big deal, but to most people, it really isn't. Developers, not going to give a crap. Users, most of them, aren't going to give a crap. GKI just, it's impactful. It's impactful for OEMs, and it's impactful for enthusiast level knowledge, but it's going to have no effect whatsoever on most of the people that actually use it, and at least no recognizable effect. I mean, obviously, yes, they will have an effect, but they're not going to be aware of it.
Yeah, and again, like, it's totally fine. I don't need my entire phone to change again. I'm good. There's like, I can think of maybe like a couple things in stock Android that I've seen on other skins that would be nice to finally get them in normal Android, and some of that is in this release. But yeah, like, Android for me has been like fine for a really long time at this point. It's pretty mature software. There's not a whole lot of, really, the only major things we're seeing anymore, and which, like, I'm glad to keep seeing, is when they're replacing all the old crappy APIs that had security holes and caused weird performance issues, and taking that out and replacing them with something better.
Yeah.
So it's fine if Android 12 wants to be a small release. Again, Android has been good for a while. It's just like the couple of smaller things, like scrolling screenshots and that kind of stuff, that I'd like to see on the stock ROMs.
Yeah. So I feel the best way to describe Android 12 at this point is it's kind of Snow Leopard, which I know at this stage that's such an old version, most people don't really perceive it anymore, but it was the Mac OS release that it finished the transition in the platform that they had wanted to do for a few for several years. Like, they started the transition in Leopard, and then with Snow Leopard they actually completed the job, and that's kind of what this is to me. Android 12 is that thing where, yeah, they're implementing GKI, they're fixing a lot of the old backend stuff that has been a problem on the side, and yeah, they're also going to do kind of a visual refresh for a few things that, again, because of skinning, doesn't really matter. And they're adding a few oddball little features, but none of this feels like hey, we're adding this big huge thing that any particular group of people is going to turn around and say, oh wow, that was a really big thing for us. It's not like they're adding permissions. There we go. Let's see. There's a lot of boring stuff, but it's definitely a lot more than more changes than 11 and 10. I'd have to do a comparison. I'm not sure. One way or another, this still feels like a pretty relatively small release. Not necessarily in the capacity of its size, but in the sense of how much does this impact users. And in that, and also, I mean users both as developers and just straight up users. I think this is a small release. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like, so far, Android 12 is one of those releases where there's not any, like, I feel like there's like two different kinds of big release that people are talking about. There's the OS upgrades that have like one or two things that completely change or touch everything else on the phone. Like Treble on Nougat, I think that was where that showed up. or like scope storage on Android 10 or 11, whatever. This seems like it doesn't have one of those types of changes, but it has a lot of small things.
Yeah.
Which again, that's good. It's good that more phones will have a lot of the things that have been popping up in custom ROMs for a couple years, or not custom ROMs, just other skins. Like Android's finally getting a one-handed mode, which like I hate the entire premise of these one-handed modes. Like they're kind of useful in a couple cases. I don't think I have it on my phone right now, but like I've used them a couple times. But it's just like, can we just maybe make some smaller phones too? It's a little bit silly we have to do this. But yeah, they're making the markup tools better. A couple of different changes to Wi-Fi stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's good stuff to have outside of like one UI. But yeah, no, I'm totally fine with this so far.
Let's see. Sorry, as I'm digging around looking for something to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. Okay, so the list of all the things that were changed or added in 12 that Google lists, these are the features and API overview. So, the top of their list, and I know that this isn't necessarily the right way to look at it, but at the top of their list, the very top item is that you can have audio coupled to the haptic effects. That's, I mean, we're already into a pretty limited thing if that's where their list starts. They've got a splash screen API. They've got new phone call notifications allowing for ranking importance of incoming calls. Like, this is really, really limiting stuff. It's dull. Let's see, immersive mode improvements for gesture navigation, picture-in-picture improvements. Like, there's not much in the way of new features or contextually important stuff. Though I get down here into the camera section, quad Bayer camera sensor support. It doesn't sound like it, but if anyone's heard me go on and on about quad Bayer sensors, that's a really, really huge thing. But it's not going to be a thing most people are aware of. It just means, ooh, your camera can now do HDR video.
Yeah.
Which only matters if your camera has a quad Bayer sensor.
Yeah, and I still kind of wish Google would have beta releases that are just compiled from AOSP or something along those lines, because it is difficult to tell where AOSP ends and Google Skin begins. Like a lot of the times when we're covering changes in the beta, like maybe there'll be, is it just a pixel thing? Who knows? I guess we'll find out. or we'll find out when someone downloads the Android emulator image. But even those are pretty Google-ified at this point.
Yeah. Okay, so Austin's pointing out, and I'm not disagreeing with this, but I think that this is one of those things that it matters in context. So Austin's pointing out that that Google's list of changes is always really boring. Just go back and look at previous other examples like Android 11 and 10. That I'm not saying that that's wrong, but until Google makes it official, it doesn't matter what stuff might be coming. Because
and also the feature development timeline for this one seems different than what we've seen. Usually what happens is the first preview comes out and there's like a mile long list of stuff in it because Google's been working on this for 6 months or more, whatever, whenever the feature cutoff for the last OS was when this starts. So the big long list on the first one, and then they do a couple more before IO, and the changes are maybe like 1 page long. Like it's just little stuff. And then usually when IO hits, that's when they open the drawbridge and every feature they've been working on is here, and that's sort of like more or less the feature freeze. And that's when we get another big long list. And then from that point to the final release, it's just like, oh, we're making tiny changes again. But this time, like the number of changes between DP1 and DP2 and DP3 they seem pretty similar. So I don't know if we can use the last couple of years as a model for this, because it seems like they're not doing it this year. They're just like, okay, whatever we're working on, just ship it now.
Well, and even if we do use previous years as the model, and there's no reason to necessarily discount one way or the other, but Google and Apple does this too. There's a long prolific history of both companies working on projects, and this is normal. This is how software development goes. They'll work on projects, realize we're not going to have this done, or we're not happy with how this is turning out, so push it. This was intended for Android 12. Now it's going to be an Android 13 feature.
Yeah, like they did that with scrolling screenshots and
with scrolling screenshots, with bubbles. Their bubble thing, which ended up has been mixed results. If to put it gently.
Scope storage it shipped in 10, but they just didn't make it like a hard requirement for another year.
Yeah, and with good reason, because it was basically broken in 10. You can. There's such a long list of things, and right now, as far as it goes, I know that this is debatable whether or not this is fair, but at the moment, I'm judging Android 12 on the basis of here's what Google has committed to. When they come out with more, when that beta hits, if it actually includes as much as Dave Burke said, which, let's be honest, he overhypes every version. That's kind of part of his job. So if it's as big as he says it is, then we'll see. And Android 12 might be one of those mega releases that everybody looks back on. But at the moment, it isn't that. There's no sign that it will be that outside of what Dave Burke says and a few things that have been spotted that they're working on, but we'll see if they make it in. And at least a few of the things seem pretty broken. So, it's a lot of question marks, and none of it is really confirmable at this stage. At least not to the extent that I think it would have to be to actually give credit today.
Yeah. So
we need to do IO keynote bingo. It's this like the make fun of it level of bingo, or the or like serious level, because I could see doing a bingo card that's how many things are now controlled by AI or ML, however you want to.
And I have no memory of the last. Was there? Yeah, there was a keynote stream last year.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't an IO last year.
No,
2020.
Yeah, they did a live stream.
No, they didn't.
I swear to
for Google I/O.
Yeah. What am I thinking of?
Anybody else? Apple, I guess. Actually, even Apple didn't do a live stream. It was pre-recorded, but. Yeah, I/O was canceled for 2020.
I must be thinking. I might be thinking of the Pixel event in November or whenever that was, whenever they announced the Chromecast thing. That must be what I'm thinking of.
Did they actually do a live stream for that?
Yeah,
Okay.
there was a video for.
I mean, as it is, I'm fairly confident that I/O this year is not actually going to be a true live stream. Like I'm
okay. So that event was September 30th.
Okay.
And that's when they launched the Pixel 4a 5G, Pixel 5, Chromecast, and Nest Audio.
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, so I'm reasonably confident that this year's I/O is not going to be an actual true live stream. Like, they're not going to be getting a bunch of people on a stage or a set or whatever and like cycling them through. I'm sure it's all going to be pre-recorded stuff. And just like what Apple just did. We just saw it. It's, you know, they get a few people together on a set, they record their bit, and then do an awkward transition with computer generated FPV like material so that they can make it look super weird.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on the presentation formats, because as someone who is frantically writing about this as it's happening, I do like all the dead space in the live events where they take like 5 minutes to show off some app that no one really cares about. But as someone, if I'm just sitting back and watching, I really like the pre-recorded videos that like Apple's been doing. It's a lot more tight. Like, I know.
Okay, I agree with you, but I think there is another angle on it, because most of these events I actually don't write anything during them, but I do typically talk with a lot of people.
I know, like, the purpose of these events in the before time wasn't necessarily the presentation. It was like, oh, after we get to touch the phones, and maybe we'll run into some engineers who we can ask questions that will not get answered over email.
Yeah.
But so, like, I get why things are the way they are. I do like the more concise video format that like Apple's been doing. Google was pretty good at this too for that September stream. Like that whole video was pretty short. Well,
I remember even it's been the last few IOs. Everything after, not including, but after the IO where they announced Allo, I would say all of the subsequent IOs have been very streamlined in terms of time, with individual moments sometimes being exceptions. Obviously, like anytime they get into talking about Google Photos, holy crap, somehow the event just comes to like a screeching halt. It cannot move while they're talking about photos. And I'm not talking camera, I'm talking the Photos app. But they have a tendency of doing really quick hit stuff. They'll get someone on stage, they talk for maybe like a boring 30 seconds, and then it's like, all right, and we're announcing this, it's going to do this, and we're announcing this, and next month we're going to be doing this, and that's the speed that they're getting that stuff out. It's so rapid fire. They don't give any details, they don't really give context. They just hammer, here's the thing that's happening, here's the thing that's happening, and next on stage is blah blah blah. Which, I get it, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's sometimes tricky.
Yeah.
It's really easy to miss stuff.
Yeah. But it has been interesting to see the experiment go on. And, I keep hoping that a couple things from the pandemic stick, but I don't think like anything will, really. Like, there could have been a lot of lessons as a civilization we took away from this experience. I don't think we actually will. You know, like maybe we need better healthcare infrastructure. Maybe capitalism has some things we gotta fix. Maybe we don't need like 5 hours of Samsung on a stage telling us about some music service or something.
I mean, how dare you?
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if we've learned anything from 2020, and 2020 had certainly a lot of lessons to teach us, but if we've learned anything at all, I think the most important lesson we can take away is that CES is a total waste of time.
Oh, yeah.
Someone prove me wrong.
But where else will I see things connected to the internet that don't need to be connected to the internet?
Sex toys? I can't imagine why you would bring up sex toys right now.
Oh,
and
shit.
besides, plenty of them should be connected to the internet. But David Lawman didn't miss CES at all. Yeah, for real. CES is... almost everything they announce at CES is just such a waste of time.
Yeah. I'm still not sure what the story is with E3 this year. I think they keep going back and forth. I think it's going to be the same stuff.
You mean they're what, gonna cancel it but do kind of a remote?
Yeah, they're going to do some kind of like live stream thing, but also like every company who announces anything also does a live stream through their channels, so I don't really know. I'm glad I was able to go in like 2018, I think that was, because from what I've seen, that seems to be like the last good E3 from like a we're gonna go have fun, look at video game things perspective. Not necessarily. I didn't go there for work. It seems like all the ones after that were kind of lame, and of course there wasn't one last year, and there's going to be another lame one this year most likely.
Which is kind of a weird thought, given that video gaming has become so pronounced in the last couple of years. Obviously last year's special circumstances. This year, you'd think they would really want to. They'd want to hype it up and do everything they can. But I guess maybe that's asking a lot.
Yeah.
And it does depend a little bit on industry, because obviously the way that E3 behaves has more to do with the companies that are presenting there than what they're necessarily giving to people who are watching on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like, and I brought this up before, CES exists in two formats. One of them is for journalists, and the other is for product buyers. And these two want completely different experiences, completely different things, and CES theoretically tries to balance those two. It does a terrible job of it. From what I understand, neither group is happy at all. But, you know, it is a thing to sort of be somewhat aware of. And it does sometimes explain why a few of the weird things happen at CES that you wouldn't really expect. Is it's something there for the buyers.
Yeah. Yeah. And on that note, my butt is officially hurting from sitting in this chair for too long, so I'm gonna go now.
All right. Well, have fun. Glad you came and hung out, and glad you got something useful out of the Apple event. And that useful thing is you got paid.
That's well, not yet.
You're going to get paid.
Yes, that's true. Okay, yeah. Okay, bye.
Later, man. Okay, switching to where are we at? There we go. Okay, and put this on here. Really quick, before I forget, in case anyone is in a position where this interests them or matters, if you have not played Horizon Zero Dawn and you'd like to, you should get over to the PlayStation Store. Let's make sure I actually have this. Where's it at? Is this the right browser? Is this going to pop up correctly? It is. Head over there now because it's free, yo. You can actually just jump on the store and add it to your library. So do that. Here is a link in the chat if you are interested in said acquisition. Just sign into your account, add to library, you're good to go. Nothing beats free. Yeah, I think it does require actually having a PlayStation attached to the account, but I'm not technically sure. You might be able to add it without that. Either way, you know, it's there. Something to try if you don't already have it. Let's see. The other thing that I mentioned multiple times that I was looking up. And I didn't quite find what I was hoping to find, but let's see. Is this video going to include a good example of it? Okay, anyway, what we were talking about yesterday in the Discord. Hold on. I'm skipping through this. Okay. This kind of covers it. So we were talking about oops. Oh, okay. This is exactly 8 minutes into this video. So the question or the topic came up of how much professional use are people actually getting out of iPads? Like, how many people are using them to that crazy professional level? And one of the things I brought up was examples of people kind of using an iPad as like this. So the tool that this guy is using in this video that I just freeze framed, it is called a Cam Ranger. Cam Ranger is basically just a remote viewing tool. Here's, let's see, they kind of show in this shot. So basically what it is, you just hook up this device to a camera and the device feeds a live video of what your camera sees to an iPad or an Android tablet, something like that. And so there's only a quick flash of it there, but you know, the guy's waving his hand in front of the camera, it feeds the image over. And what it's doing for architectural or real estate photographers is they can see what their camera is seeing, walk over and light something manually, like actually physically hold up a light in front of or around something to light it better, and then edit photos later. Honestly, that's the kind of thing that I think is happening a lot when Apple is talking about professional use of iPads. They're adding up examples like this. Anyway, not the most important thing, but I figured I'd bring that up because it's I think that's how these things are being tallied up and described. Okay, so anyway, enough of that. We don't need to turn this into a camera topic. Let's see, were there any other? Nope, nothing in comments since the PlayStation bit. Bring up any other topics if you have them, by the way. In the meantime, back to Android 12 stuff. So app hibernation is present but disabled by default. A ton of UI stuff. There's the volume panel, which, yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I get why it would be that way. It's actually, like, for touch use, this makes a lot of sense. I can kind of see why they would want this, because for people who are reaching for the old slider, I bet the touch area is the same or very close, but this new one probably is more intuitive for your hand. So if you're looking at it, you don't feel like you have to hit a very super precise spot. You just know that you have to hit this big control, which seems very iOS-like, but it makes sense. Let's see. There's a search bar in the widget picker. Who cares? The conversation widget's now accessible, which, okay. Not sure how truly significant that is. All right, my Pixel 4 is now updated with Android 12 Developer Preview 3, so it's restarting. I may peek at a few of these things in just a moment. It's almost comically huge. Oh no, I completely agree. I think this looks kind of ridiculous. And in a second, I'll actually test it and kind of see how big it is on a Pixel 4 XL. But yeah, it is large. It is chunky. It is a large. You can now fine-tune the level of notification access an app with a notification listener service has. Allow access to real-time communication from apps, conversations, default, and silent. It doesn't feel like fine-tuning, but as long as you can control which apps it is, that's significant. Or that's what matters. The notification listener service, that's not the same as the, whoa, what is the hell? What? I now have a floating Bitwarden icon, or for some reason Bitwarden now has a floating bubble, except it's not designed like a bubble, and it's janky as hell, but why is this here? This is super confusing. And I can't get rid of it. Like, not by dragging it, at least. Okay. This isn't ideal. Okay, let's... Alright, really quick. I don't know if this will really show up. Wait, what is that? Oh, the system update notification. Okay, so let's see. I'll get this. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, this right up here, it's just it's just, damn it, this is so much harder to do when you can't see what you're touching properly. But yeah, it looks janky. It doesn't animate very well, but yeah, for some reason that's there. I don't know why. And if I touch it, just tapping on it does absolutely nothing. So that's a problem. I'm assuming that this is... Let's see, do we have a... I have the... I've got to have, like, the autofill services enabled. Drawer over is disabled. Why would this be here? Something about this just seems very wrong, for obvious reasons. Okay, I don't think this is supposed to be here, though. I mean, I'm assuming it has overlay permissions, but we're talking Android 12. At this point, it shouldn't be using them. All permissions. Huh. Oh! Allow display over other apps. It doesn't even have that turned on. Camera. You can do it. Come on. Change exposure level. I know you worked before. Come on, stupid camera. Damn. Let's see. Does it have a picture-in-picture or bubble permission? Where are those listed now? It's allowed to have a notification dot, which, big deal. There's no notification in here for Bitwarden. Yeah, this... I wonder if this is just a bug, like kind of a fluke situation. But something definitely is wrong here. Well, that's why it's a developer preview. But yeah, I wonder if I'm going to have to reset the phone to get rid of this. Let's see. No, nothing happens there. Let's force stop. No change. Yeah, I even force stopping it, nothing changes. It's still there. So that's uninstall. I don't want to uninstall it though. That's my password manager now. Ooh. Okay, this has nothing to do with that. I just accidentally swiped over to the Google feed, and apparently DJI is working on a pro video camera with a built-in gimbal. That's kind of neat. I mean, not at all related to anything you guys would care about, but it's pretty neat. Anyway, so yeah, for sure, it is definitely a bug. It's just such a weird bug. I don't know what's going on with that. The question I have is, or I guess kind of the question I have, if I like factory reset the phone and set it back up, would this still happen? I doubt it would. I bet that fixes it. But man, that is the biggest complaint I have about going on developer previews. Half the time you really just need, like, between each update, you really just need to factory reset and set everything up again, which sucks in terms of time. Okay, anyway, let's see what else is in this list. Battery now has progress bar. Okay, don't care. Wi-Fi hotspot toggle is now called maximize compatibility. Oh, for the 2.4 gigahertz. Let's see. Austin, you're surprised that Google even allows sideloading a developer preview? I think they have to. I mean, for a few reasons. One of the obvious ones being that with developer previews, you want to be able to okay, so one, just as a basic strategic version, imagine developers who maybe they live in a country where, or in at least in a place where their data connection sucks. You want to be able to download one copy of a thing and install it to, let's say, 7 devices. That would 100% justify not relying on OTAs. I also tend to think it's, you know, within reason, it's going to be a little bit faster. It's a little more controlled. And if you don't want to necessarily rely on, well, yeah, I guess that doesn't matter. I'll just go with bandwidth restriction being the biggest explanation. See, Soldano wins the FPV review going up. I don't know, hopefully soon. Right now that's a bit of a waiting game for it to be finished with editing. And yeah, believe me, I really care about that because I just got an email from another company earlier today. They have a product that has not been announced yet that they want a review done on. This company, I'm going to be very non-specific about a lot of stuff for obvious reasons, but this company really cares about having reviews posted on release day. And I have not been given a release date. I'm not sure that the person who contacted me has been given a release date. But yeah, anyway, so I'm trying to get details on that, and I will kind of need to clear my schedule a little bit if that release date is very short. So I want to make sure that the DJI FPV review is going to definitely be up by then. Like, no questions to it. It'll be up by then. But I'm also working on a review of the DJI Mavic. Well, it's not a Mavic anymore, but the Air 2S, which is such an insanely good drone. And I'm also working on a review of the Rode VideoMic IMI-C, I think, which is, let's pull off the dead cat real quick. Here it is. So, talked about this a little bit before. It is a microphone you just plug into your phone directly. So far, pretty cool. Oh, I guess if I move it like that, then it kind of uses me as a for contrast, kind of. Anyway, yeah, neat little thing. I actually was out taking pictures of it yesterday, which is how I ended up losing the case for this phone, because it's the one time cases ever come off. And it comes with, at least this kit comes with the dead cat. So here's what it looks like with Dead Cat on. Yeah. So it just looks like your typical windscreen device, but smaller. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to be working on this review and the Mavic. I'm going to keep calling it Mavic, but the DJI Air 2S review. And there's, depending on how fast this other thing needs to get reviewed, there's a reasonable chance that the microphone review is going to end up being a little bit more delayed. We'll see. Hopefully I don't have to, but depending on when the other thing needs to happen, it might be. Either way, the DJI review is going to have to be... That needs to happen quick, or reasonably quick. So, yeah. But the way things work in AP, getting reviews through sometimes takes a lot of time. Let's see. Oh, and the microphone review, actually, it's not going to end up being just a review of the microphone. Pretty close, but not quite. It's also going to involve a review of the Vlogger kit, which includes grip, a tripod handle kind of thing, which you guys, you've heard me mention a few times how I sit and mess with stuff while I'm talking with you guys. What I didn't realize about this tripod before is there's a spinning section right here. When it's spun like this, the legs only open that far, and when it's spun over a little further, then they can be opened out more flat. I only just discovered that about 20 minutes ago. So, see, that's a benefit to having constantly idle hands that need to mess with things while I'm talking. But yeah, anyway, so this will be mentioned in the review. I'm not going to focus on it, but you know, when accessories come with things, may as well mention them. But yeah, anyway, so that's currently my review lineup. Hopefully that mystery product that's coming, I'm hoping that they're not going to announce until mid to late May, because I'm not going to have any chance of getting time with it until later. Let's see, what else is there? Anyway, switching back to Android 12 to see what else we've got here. Yeah, image markup tool. I don't know why, you can never get excited about that. I know it's improved a lot over the years, but it I don't know. I can't, or sorry, screenshot markup tool technically, but yeah, for some reason I just can't get as excited over that as I should. There's an option to manually add a link that an app should open by default, but it's grayed out on all app pages. Oh, that's good, I think. Oh, wait, Disney and Sony are trending? Oh god. Oh, I was gonna say, it's gotta be MCU stuff, right? Disney sets massive movie deal with Sony Pictures, bringing more Marvel to Disney Plus. Well, yeah, Sony only owns, yeah, those relatively few. That doesn't seem like, this seems like a possible good thing. Okay, we'll pause that. Disney has a massive movie licensing pact with Sony Pictures for the US that promises to bring Spider-Man and other Marvel properties to Disney Plus, starting with Sony's 2022 release slate. The deal runs through 2026. Also calls for Sony titles to run across Disney's array of streaming and linear platforms, making it unprecedented in scope, blah, blah, blah. All we care about... is which properties. The Disney Pact only covers the US market. Huh, okay. The complex deal has wrangled, or was wrangled by blah blah blah. Okay, I thought that was going to say something else. Okay, this is more of a vague list, I guess. Yeah, so Spider-Man, Venom. What else do they have? Which, I don't know how many people saw Venom, but odd movie. It worked and it didn't work all in one. Okay. I get the impression we're not going to get a whole lot out of that video. Okay, so this is kind of cool, I guess. Like, I don't feel like this is necessarily a bad thing. And in all likelihood, it just means that we're going to get the Spider-Man movies at least partially back under Marvel's, maybe not under Marvel's control, but back in the capacity that Marvel has real input again. Because with Sony running the show on Spider-Man, that's nothing but bad. Okay, tiny little fly, you needed to get zapped. All right. Hopefully that takes care of him. Okay. Any more? I think that got him. Okay. Let's see, what else was there? I'm actually curious why Grand Canyon is trending. Yosemite and Grand Canyon are trending because we have a president who's promoting our national parks instead of strip mining them. Nice. Okay. I mean, all these people are just dunking so hard. I'm loving it. It's all the, we saw it was trending and we just needed to check it wasn't dead. Which that has been the theme for the last couple years. Let's see. Here we go. Biden's tweet. That's the significant part. He says, America's national parks are irreplaceable treasures. They amaze us, inspire us, fill us with pride, and belong to all of us in equal measure. This National Park Week, I want to hear about your favorite memory at one of our national parks. Share by replying to this tweet. Okay, someone else wrote it, but cheers. So good. Nothing terrible happened to the Grand Canyon. At least not today. Oh, and then we've got the dumpster fire topic. It just pops up. I wasn't aiming to turn this into politics, but there's no way not to look at this. What did the human fecal matter say? High five to whoever is working Tucker Carlson's graphic desk. Yup. That checks out. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting week. Okay. So, yeah, a bunch of people are upset about the verdict. David, I mean, yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not going to get super judgy about a person's looks. They don't necessarily get control over them, though. He does have control over his hair, and he still chooses to do this. So, you know, maybe not, maybe, you know, this is like a 50-50. Like, he's stuck with the face that he has, but he's not stuck with that hair. He can make a choice to fix these things. Anyway, let's see. Here we go. Tucker Carlson had a complete meltdown in response to a former New York corrections officer who criticized Derek Chauvin for using excessive force on George Floyd. Yep, that's the significant part. Ooh, George Takei, he weighed in. Tucker Carlson is vile. I'm disgusted but not surprised. He would stand with a killer then, just as he does today. That's the best Takei I can do. Yeah, okay. So, enough of that, but yay. People are calling out a disgusting, vile pig. So, let's see. What else happened in Android 12? And again, feel free to bring up topics if anything pops up. Oh, God. King James is now... King James training in politics. Damn it. There's... How... I'm trying to avoid this stuff, but at the same time, like... Oh, that wasn't that good of an impression. The only George Takei impression I can do well is just the oh my. You know. I can deliver the catchphrase, but I can't necessarily I can't do a longer impression very well. And I don't actually do impressions too well. If I practice them long enough I can, but I don't put time into practicing. What the... Okay, I guess I just don't know the King James thing. Oh, they're mocking LeBron. I get it. Lame. Okay. And Aaron Burr and millennials are trending. What the hell? Oh, okay. It's got... Alright, I'm not gonna go down these roads. Okay, Android 12. Accessibility menu is now opened by a floating button rather than a swipe up with 2 fingers. Oh, no, that's it. That explains it. I bet this is exactly the issue. Accessibility menu is now opened by a floating button rather than a swipe up with 2 fingers. It can still be opened by pressing and holding both volume keys, though. I bet this is the Bitwarden thing. Because Bitwarden would be a... it would be on accessibility. So, let's see. Yeah. Bitwarden is an accessibility service. Yep. Okay, so there's... I don't know if you can even see this. Let's... Yeah, you're not really going to be able to see that. Why was it working so well before and now it doesn't? Anyway, yeah, if I go into accessibility the list of downloaded apps, it has, of course, LastPass, which actually I think I'll turn that off. It has LastPass on there, and Bitwarden. Bitwarden happens to have the shortcut turned on. If I turn off the shortcut, it makes that floating button go away. And seeing as that floating button doesn't do anything, there's no reason to leave it on. So, but you don't have to turn Bitwarden off as an accessibility service. This is just getting rid of its shortcut. So, okay, that solves that. I guess technically it is not a bug, though maybe it still is. I don't know. But hey, problem solved. Okay, let's see. More quick setting tiles now have on-off status indicators. This is something that they said for ages that they wanted to do. So, okay, that's good. Game mode has been fleshed out with a new game optimization widget and the ability to show some toggles for screenshots, screen recording, FPS, and a floating menu. That's good. This was still a hidden feature, right? They didn't have this functioning yet, if I recall, or available yet. It appears not. Yeah. At least nothing accessible in settings. Game mode is, or oh no. Oh, you can require device unlock for NFC. Don't care. The code to show a trash section in settings storage is there, but it's disabled by default. You can see what it'll look like there. I will say I think it's good that they're adding a trash section. I just don't think anyone's going to use it, or not many people are going to use it. And possibly worse, I think there are probably some people who are going to use it and not, or it, like accidentally use trash. They're gonna trash some files and not realize that that doesn't mean that those files are deleted. Anyway, accounts is now passwords, and accounts, yeah, don't care. Autofill service settings have been moved from languages and input to accounts and password, or sorry, passwords and accounts. Okay, that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, it makes it intuitive because the settings, the way things are arranged in settings is terrible. So yeah, I'm down for this. It at least puts the right names on things. Google's wireless charging hardware access layer has added support for fan mode. Okay. Kind of not super interesting or relevant, but an improvement for sure. Google intends for face-based auto rotate to be a Pixel feature since DPS is a Google app. Okay. I think we already knew about. Yeah, I'm sure we knew about that. DPS is present in some OnePlus and Samsung phones for live caption, but it may expand to other devices. Whatever. Okay. When you set up face and fingerprint unlock, your phone will ask for your fingerprint when you wear a mask or are in a dark area. Oh, that's from a leaked build. Face unlock hardware access layer currently doesn't recognize if a person is wearing a mask, so okay. That's good. David Lama's slow news week. It depends. I don't know. I don't feel like it's been that slow. And since we have a developer preview, there's at least some stuff happening. But to be fair, I've only, like, it's a big news week in terms of Apple. It's a big news week in terms of politics. Android itself seems to be maybe a little bit on the sleepier side. Oh god, boomers is trending. What terrible thing are people saying about anyone who's older than 30? And okay. Right. Educated statements. And as a side note, can I just say, please, Twitter, stop showing me this terrible ad. Actually, you know what? Problem solving. I'm so tired of that ad. It's driving me insane. Let's see. Oh god, this Twitter, no, don't talk about boomers and millennials. Oh, I'm not? Whoops, you're right. Damn it. Okay. You missed nothing good, I promise. Thoughts on the settings redesign? Taking another closer look at it. It feels, honestly, it reminds me so much of Samsung. It looks very Samsung-like. Big colored dots. The bouncy, like, fast scroll is an old thing that's kind of been done slightly differently, but it's so familiar. I don't know, everything just feels bigger. Not necessarily great or special in any appreciable way. It just feels like everything has been enlarged, and yeah, that I think is my only real takeaway of it. Yeah, also I'm trying the volume button, or the volume slider. Yeah, I think the touch surface is actually about the same. It's just that now the slider is full width and rounded, so it looks way bigger, but I think it's actually about the same. Maybe ever so slightly wider, but I doubt it. Twitter ads are not the worst thing in the world, though. Better than Facebook? Yeah. Well, you know, Facebook at this point, I feel like the entire service is just an ad. Because if I'm not getting actual ads, I'm getting propaganda from somewhere. So somehow, some way, Facebook is just an advertising platform. It's actually like being on LinkedIn. Every visit to LinkedIn feels about the same way. But let's see. So in the leaked build, there was a face down detector service. Seems like an AOSP version of what Google uses for flip to shush. Now it looks like the screen attention service is tied to this. Screen attention is the pixel feature that uses your camera to keep the screen from timing out. Okay. Subtle tweak to the notification shade pull down animation. It bouncy. I mean, it's really minimal bounce. It's there, but... And it's only on the open. It doesn't happen when you expand stuff. So this feels unfinished. I think they'll have to do more in the actual like betas and final version, because having this little bit of a bounce is going to look very strikingly different than the very next thing you do, which is expand out like a bundle of notifications. Or oh, they're also going to have to do it, now that I think about it, every time you swipe away a notification, your the lower notifications are going to have to move up just a little bit and just have a very subtle scrunch. See, this is the drawback to implementing any one thing. You then have to implement it 24 other things to make it look right. Let's see. Caption preferences work when I send via my Chromecast, but there are no captions preferences when watching the same media on my phone. We want to force all the apps to have caption. Oh, random, dude. Okay. So that was the end of that thread. What else did he have in here? Recent app cards are more rounded. Yeah. Okay. There's the thing on app hibernation. Yeah, most of this was stuffy that we already hit. Okay, really fast scroll up. Okay, looks like that should be all of the stuff that he's posted. Yeah, looks about like it. So yeah, I'll give credit. This looks good. It's not a lot of this stuff doesn't feel that different. I mean, it's certainly more rounded, more bubbly. But outside of that, I don't feel like I'm looking at something so completely different than before, because at least now they fixed a lot of stuff. Though they still haven't fixed, and this is going to drive me insane, they still haven't fixed between notifications. I'm not sure how much you'd be able to see of this, but between notification groups, there is still an empty bar here. So separating between, I guess these are the active and silent notifications. The label for silent is just floating, as are the manage and clear all buttons. So they haven't fixed that, and that looks to me really bad. It's one of the it's probably, I would say, the biggest thing that needs to be fixed, because it just doesn't look right to have stuff floating there with those gaps. So they need to desperately need to finish the notification shade. Okay, let's see, before I forget, I wanted to check one thing on here to see how it behaves, because if it doesn't work differently, that could be a problem. Okay. Okay. Are you working? Are you not working? Oh, hold on. Okay. There's that. Okay, so I opened up that link you just dropped in there. I'll switch to that view. And whoa. My Pixel the Pixel 4 XL just had a notification restart or whatever it is that just spammed all my Gmail messages back to screen. So that's fun. I'm always happy when that happens. Okay, I need to... So close to this being fixed. And... Alright. Yeah, that's not changed at all. Why would it be? Yeah, oh well. So it goes. Okay, well, it was worth a check. Okay, so Pixel 5a 5G set to run on same Snapdragon 765 as Pixel 5. Wait, so... they're using the exact same development board as the 4a 5G. Okay, so I'm just going to say out of the gate, I don't think... I know that this isn't really the point, but I don't think this is going to be the name this ships with. Just because at this point, there isn't, as far as I can tell, I believe, there's not going to be a single phone, or sorry, there's not going to be a single Pixel phone that doesn't have 5G from this point on. Am I wrong? So if I'm right about that, maybe I'm not, but oh, Google said this to a message to the press. Remember when Prosser got the leak wrong? I mean, you got to be more specific than that. Oh, okay, so India might get a version without 5G? Okay. Let's see. Earlier this month, Google confirmed that the next budget smartphone, the Pixel 5a 5G, would be releasing later this year. God, just reading it actually gives me a bad feeling. This is one of those things you don't need to put 5G into the name of every product just because it has it. Anyway, they can report that the 5a 5G will run on the same chip as the Google Pixel 5. It's such a bizarre decision. Except that the Pixel 5 is kind of a not budget, but it's a bit of a mid-range phone. And confirming that the Pixel 5a 5G exists, a fact that needed to be addressed due to rumors that the device is canceled. Oh, that. Yeah, okay, I know what we're talking about now. Google did little else other than confirm that the name and give a vague release window. However, the name gave its own hints as the 5G confirms that the phone will almost certainly use one of Qualcomm's 5G compatible chips. Yeah, okay. He wasn't that wrong. A US and Japan only launch is not great. It was likely canceled in the sources country. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm of the opinion that that's almost a forgivable like that's a fairly forgivable mistake, because you know that the source, what realistically you just know that the source gave legitimate information. He did what he could to check it, and it turns out that what happened is only true for the source. Hell, I can't tell you how many times we've written stuff at AP where, like, we'll sometimes go really far out of the way to make sure things are accurate as much as possible, and then come to find out, oh, this thing that we posted about, it only applies to like 2 countries, and all the other countries get mad because, oh, you didn't include us, you didn't think about us, you didn't realize that the thing does happen here, doesn't happen here. And it's like, yeah, well, we tried, and sometimes there's only so much you can do. Let's see. So yeah, it looks like there's probably not much in the way of significance after that. Okay. The rest of this is all just kind of theory crafting. Alright, anyway. I know that this isn't... this isn't actually a thing, but I read Barbet, or rather I'm seeing the name Barbet, and I'm reading it as Barbet in my head, which is slightly funny to me for reasons that probably make no sense, but it feels like I can't help but read this and think, is this one of those things like, we have to admit we're only releasing this, or we're only building this phone like as a bet we made with other people, like, can we convince people to get this phone or something? Anyway, I know that's not at all what that means. It is just a genuine code name, but it's not hard. It's the wheels turning, which I will say I do feel ever so slightly like the brain is not working as well today, which could be a lack of sleep. It could be just trying to do too many things at once, or reading too many things. Or who knows, maybe the COVID shot made me a little like quasi-looped. By the way, not really turning this into a topic, but just because I have the tab open and I'm mildly curious about it. What did you guys think of this? So just the quick follow-up is Google is doing every month or two they release these 3D models that have been animated. You just search for them in Google on your phone, and then look for a view as 3D button. You tap that, or view in 3D. Anyway, it's right there. You can tap that, it opens up this screen, and then you can hit the view in your space, and it gives you a model that you can place wherever. You know, you can place this model in meat space and look at it. You can't interact or do anything interesting, but yeah, it's just a thing. Anyway, what they just did, the ones that they just added are all Japanese characters, mostly anime characters. And this, I don't have a better way to say it than this. Well, okay, I have 2 thoughts on this. One of which is entirely fair. The other one is maybe not fair, but it's hard not to think it at this stage. So, on the one hand, I think that this is kind of cool, because this is a company that's sort of flexing that it can do decent AR stuff on a phone. It's kind of trying to be fun and interesting. They're putting an effort out there to do stuff that's fun. The other side of this is I'm looking at these projects and wondering, who's doing them, and could their time be better spent? It's hard not to look at this and question, hey, why is this not going towards maybe improving some of the usability issues in some apps? Maybe this could be, maybe this team of developers could be, I don't know, working on any of the projects that have been canceled that people really liked. Maybe this developer could have been working on new projects that are not just gimmicks that will have absolutely zero return on investment for Google or the companies whose franchises are being borrowed. I'm just, no one's going to use these. The most use Google gets from this stuff comes from bloggers who are going to Google, trying all this stuff out so they can write the article, and then moving on. Anyway, yeah, so I don't get it. Oh. Obligatory stretch. That was good. Anyway. Yeah, so something that stands to be improved. It's interesting-ish, but not interesting enough. Anyway, Austin earlier had said, yeah, Android Central confirmed with 2 sources that it was canceled. It's Bill Gates' biochip in you. Nice. Yeah, what is Google doing? I'm assuming that's in relation to the AR stuff, and yeah, I just, it's, yeah, that retitling did not go well. Let's see. Clay Baver needs something to do with Google. I'm not sure. Oh, Clay Baver was, yeah, that was the Daydream guy. Let's see. An engineer is getting paid 6 figures to make these. That's, yeah, probably low 6 figures, like as in barely over 100K, but yeah, there's definitely somebody out there who's just sitting around making 3D models and not having a lot to do. It's a new stickers thing at Google, except this is less useful. At least stickers, I wasn't sending to people, but people were sending stickers. There was at least something there. Now, I mean, no one's taking pictures with this stuff, not in large numbers. There aren't people going out and like walking over to I don't know, a local statue of a war hero, and they're posing with Pac-Man walking around in a circle in front of the war hero. Like that's not happening here. Though, okay, bear with me. Grand Canyon. Point your phone into the canyon and have a giant Pac-Man running around the Grand Canyon eating I mean, I don't have a better way to say this other than a giant Pac-Man eating giant balls. But balls. Anyway, yeah, that's about the only good use case I'm coming up with. Otherwise, I just don't think anyone's using these things. Anyway, Google is trying to keep up with AR the minimal amount until hardware is ready for the next gen glass. That could be it. But this still seems like a lot of effort to put in just to be able to say you're doing it. It's not like the people who work at Google are gonna really benefit that much from this. Maybe there's some sort of experiments that they're doing with this. Maybe, I don't know. I just can't see a purpose for this particular experiment, or at least why it it's worth doing. Maybe there's some scenario that this experiment is, or that doing these is somehow compelling to users. I'm assuming parents with their kids probably are looking these things up, but I don't get it. Anyway, so yeah, not the most interesting, but again, I saw it. I figured I'd bring that up and ask if anyone was actually using them or excited by them. Okay, enough of that one. Enough of that one. Actually, we'll just switch back to me. Wait, what is this email I just got? Oh, no, nothing. And what about this box? Just suddenly curious. Oh, geez. The emails that we get sometimes. Okay, I just got this to my AP account. Let's see. Yeah, I can even show this. There's nothing here that's secret or private. I will zoom in a little bit though, just for the sake of doing it. Okay. So the National Center for Public Policy Research, which who knows who that really is. They just sent this out, and it says Levi Strauss CEO Chip Berg doubles down on claim that Georgia voter law is racist. Why are you emailing us? Why me? Who cares? Anyway, so yeah, this yeah, completely unnecessary, but thanks, guys. Okay, I know I got more sleep than that, so probably a little minor side effect from the vaccine. Oh, yeah, I was going to show you guys that picture, but it's actually not really relevant anymore. So we'll get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, seriously, we get so many dumb emails. Is there an unsubscribe? There's a link to subscribe for more email updates. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they've never sent anything of value before. Cool. Unsubscribe. Jackasses. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Okay, so I found an unsubscribe link, though it wasn't called that. And this is what it took me to. This is the page of things that they list that I could have been subscribed to. These are their mailing lists. And I'm assuming a good portion of these or I'm assuming I'm not signed up to any of these others, but still, what the hell, guys? No, this is not okay. That is too many things. Remove me from all lists. Yes. Escape velocity on this one. Okay, so what else do we have going on? I got Oh, geez. I almost just want to just leave my email open and start showing off crap from in there, but that would get me in trouble. There's so much dumb stuff coming out of PR agents. Anyway, oh my god, PR. Sometimes I wonder how it's like to be a PR agent and know that you are basically just as obnoxious as every advertiser that has ever existed. But, you know, you're advertising to a different group. That would be quality entertainment. I sincerely doubt that, but no, it really is amazing. Not that I'm actually criticizing this one, but I actually just, it's funny the different tones that I sometimes get in emails. One of the let's see. Okay, I won't name who it is because, you know, that seems like it would be mean. But there's one of the companies that sends me emails, one of the PR agencies that sends me emails for the list of movies that are coming out. They're basically sending announcement posts for a given movie. Anyway, one of them, I already actually have this movie in the list, so you know it is what it is, but it's not important. Anyway, she has sent me a follow-up email, and at the bottom of it actually has this line. It reads, "Truly appreciate the consideration for this title. Happy to send a link for consideration." Yes, 2 uses of the word consideration within like 8 words of each other. Kindly let me know. Thanks. And I won't read the whole email, but it is very much like, please pay attention. You know, really sorry to distract you, or you know, I hope this isn't wasting your time. Like, it's a whole bunch of that. Where I swear from the same PR person, I've also gotten emails that are like, "Hey, got a new movie for you," and like that's it. There, no preamble, no like groveling sounding text. Just straight up like, "Yep, doing the job." You know, it's direct to the point, gets the job done. It's odd. I can never follow what's going on with PR agents. Anyway, so what else do we have? I feel like there's got to be more. Slow news week be damned. Do we dare go into the deep depths of Twitter and see what's happening with Ben Carson? Yeah, by the way, Ben Carson was trending too, but it looks like they're just mocking him for saying stupid stuff. Breaking. A new Fox News poll shows 10% of Make America Great Again people think Ben Carson is fully awake. 90% cannot think. Nice. Approved. Anyway, not gonna dive too deep down that hole. Dimona? Oh, wait. Ooh. Someone shot what's likely a missile near a nuclear facility in Israel. Okay, that's some pretty terrible stuff. Huh. Large explosion heard in central Israel. Rocket sirens. Okay, this could be pretty big news. It's still recent, but Okay, this is definitely something to be watching. Okay, everyone's copying Clubhouse. It's the trendy thing to copy right now, so I get it, but at the same time, like, it's no different than copying Instagram stories, or whoever did stories first. I shouldn't say Instagram. I don't even remember anymore who really, that was Snapchat first, right? Yeah, it's gonna be every feature that pops up is gonna get copied at this point. It's just what everyone does. We don't, it's sort of like movies. There's no originality left, because if there was, well, there can't be. Literally, we're just now in that place where originality is over with. Would I do a Clubhouse type stream? I'm not, this is gonna sound weird, but I'm not really sure what that means. My perception currently of Clubhouse is get a few people on the line, they're allowed to talk, and everyone else listens. So strictly speaking, outside of the medium, or rather outside of the service that is hosting this stream, there's not really that much different than what I'm doing here. Obviously, like, the number of people, I guess, would be different, but you know, I've got no objection to doing that at all. I'd be perfectly content doing a Clubhouse stream. I don't have a Clubhouse account. Have not been invited into anything, but yeah, if I were, I don't have anything against it. And what am I playing this weekend? Okay, so my current choices, at least I think my current choices are probably going to be either some Borderlands 3. It's an obvious option. I could go back and do some more Phoenix Rising, but killing the New God DLC. I think at this stage, New God's DLC is just done with. It's so dull. It's dry as can be. It's boring. So, so there is the other new DLC, or newer DLC, and yeah, that one, you know, I'd be down to try that. Since you guys are in all the time, let me know what you're thinking and all. I can probably just do whatever you guys are more into watching. Let's see. Somewhere down the line, again, I've mentioned it. It won't be this weekend, but I could see doing a Last of Us Part 2 playthrough again, because I'd like that. That would be good with me. Let's see, what else would there be? Trying to think. Without a Windows PC, I can't do Fall Guys. Which, come on, I forget who bought Fall Guys, but seriously, cross-compile that, you jackasses. You've got the capability, you have the code, it's probably not much more than adding a couple switches and testing it. Carson calling for the Phoenix DLC. Okay. Wow. Okay. There's no way that a trending topic of all 14 can be good. Let's be honest, that's gonna go badly. Here we go. You're telling me that Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't read all 14 pages before criticizing the Green New Deal? She simply criticized it without knowing what it was, or what was in it. Okay, yeah, that 1000% checks out. I totally thought all 14 was gonna be an age thing, but hey, This one, this works too. Okay, so a straight quote from Marjorie Taylor Greene, or her Twitter comment was, I'm glad I ran into you today, AOC, to plan our debate about the Green New Deal. After I finish reading all 14 pages, like we agreed, I'll schedule time for our debate. Is that possibly the most civil thing she's ever said? She didn't suggest someone should be killed. She didn't mention her gun. I'm a little confused. I don't think this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think she wrote this. And it's also a little shocking that she had to agree to read it. Like, there's an actual agreement that involved with reading 14 pages. Sus. Highly sus. Let's see. Cecil Donna, Discord has something similar now. To Clubhouse, obviously. I mean, is it... How different is it from the voice channel that they already have? Well, I guess audiences not all part of the conversation. That would be the difference. Possibly interesting. Okay, so see Saldana calling for the new Phoenix DLC. Hoping it's not as bad as the free DLC. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, yeah, so I'll probably do that one then. Let's see, and Epic bought Fall Guys. Okay, I couldn't remember, but that was a smart buy. In the weird way that Epic seems to turn things into really good money and opportunities. Epic was smart to pick up Fall Guys. Now they need to cross-compile to Linux, or well, not just Linux, but they need to cross-compile for Windows. This right here, non-working brain. They need to cross-compile to Mac OS. Look at that. I didn't name iOS or Android first. I probably could have, but I got to the correct OS on the third try. Out of 3. The brain very, very possibly is not functioning super right at the moment. Okay, anyway. Alright. People just dunking on MTG after that. Not really interested. And expel Brooks. Who is Brooks? Mo Brooks. Okay, yeah. So basically kick out one of the insurrectionist leaders. Awesome. Not a lot to say on this. It's obvious. If you're one of the people who actually incited, encouraged, and was legitimately a part of an insurrection, you probably shouldn't be part of the existing government. See, Saldana, the Linux came from Corbin growing on you. Wait, is that what's happening on my shoulder? Is that why I have a bandage here? That, by the way, was the injection site. So just had to make light of it. Anyway, so I think I'm going to call 15 minutes and maybe even stick to it, because at this stage I'm just kind of watching Twitter to see if anything stupid happens, and I'm not sure that's the that's going to make for the best stuff. But okay, so popping a little bit into pop culture though. Mortal Kombat. Who's into this? I don't know about anyone else. I've watched the trailers, not the one that's actually showing on the screen right now, but I've watched the trailers. It looks stupidly good. I want to see this, but at the same time, at least in, I think it was the second trailer, there was some really cheesy stuff, which makes me feel like maybe this is more like the original movies than we want them to be. I'm looking at it and I'm kind of feeling this whole, I want it to be sort of how to describe this. I want this Mortal Kombat to be okay. I actually have a good way to compare this. Think of all of the Marvel movies prior to the MCU. And by that, we're basically talking about the mutants, the X-Men stuff, Fantastic Four, the Hulk movies, stuff like that. They were all, like, even the ones that were enjoyable were still objectively bad. They may have been entertaining, but they were objectively bad movies. And then the MCU came along, and okay, they had a few that weren't necessarily that wonderful, but they were just better. And part of that being better was that they were also a bit darker. They were taken more seriously. It didn't feel like a joke a lot of the time. That's what I'm really hoping these Mortal Kombat movies are. I want someone to come in, take them very seriously, like more seriously than maybe they should be, and deliver a thing that is kind of dark, kind of a little more twisted, a little more intense. You can have comedy while still taking stuff seriously. That's what I'm really hoping for, but after seeing some of the stuff in the previews, I'm a little worried that that's not what we're going to get. Let's see. David Lama, wonder how they'll treat a fatality. Oh, maybe you haven't heard. Let's see. How do I look this up? If I went back through Facebook history, I'm sure I could find it. But Mortal Kombat movie gore? So, okay, this isn't the article I was looking for per se, but yeah. So the evidently they're saying that the gore and blood are going to be tasteful and everything, but there was an interview with somebody that basically said that this is going to be one of the that they're going to go kind of over the top. They still intend for this to be one of the bloodiest movies that ever gets made. It is supposed to be just wildly intense blood and gore, which I don't really care to that level. I want them to have fun with it. I want it to be interesting and different, which, I mean, come on, from a game where one of the guys used to reach out, grab their opponent by the hips, then by the arms, and rip off all of it. Like, I have faith. I have a lot of faith that they're gonna go with some pretty bloody stuff. I'm less certain how that's actually gonna play out, but let's see. They actually have. Do they show one of them in here? Maybe not. Yeah, okay, dude. Too much of you. Let's get back to... Okay. So... Oh yeah, that's the frozen blood dagger. So we've seen that. What else was there? Yeah, I definitely do want to see what the fatalities are going to end up being like, because that's where things are going to get a lot more fun. Okay, you said nothing useful in that video. Damn you. Okay. How about this one? Does this get us any closer? Oh, by the way, if anyone needs this warning, this is the Red Band trailer, so if you are squeamish about anything, do not... You may want to turn away from looking at this, because apparently it could be too hot for people to handle. Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, I guess there's not enough time in this to need to, like, tap forward, but... Okay, so... so far nothing that we wouldn't have seen on The Walking Dead. Actually, it'll be really interesting if Kano gets to do a finishing move. I want to see him use the eye laser to actually kill somebody. Yeah, I don't... So far, we haven't seen an actual fatality. Oh, that'll be a fatality. So will that. They're not actually showing the fatalities, they're just getting right up to the line. Yeah, and that'll be the one. Yep, okay. So, there will be a fatality in that scene, but that's gonna be... Ah, okay. They did show a few. So we've got the heart grab. We had a couple. But they're not going over the top. Not really. So, okay, I have some, that gives me some faith. Moderate, but it's enough faith that I think it counts. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That comes out, what, 2 days from now, I think, on Friday. Yeah, judging by this advertisement, that must be it. Wait, did they not, on promoted tweets, do they not show the time that tweet happened? Let's pop over here. Okay, not until you actually open up that tweet. Interesting. They need to make an interactive Mortal Kombat movie. It'd be awesome if you could fight and control the storyline based on who wins. Okay, so I agree with that. Obviously not in movie form, because let's be honest, then you might as well just call it a video game. But because video games at this stage basically are that. But I'm with you on this. I don't know exactly how you would do that where it would come out well, because you'd have to shoot and know in advance how every character is going to live and survive. And obviously writing lines and writing a script that works and everything like that would be insane. But at the same time, imagine... This is kind of weird, but imagine if they actually went to the crazy amount of trouble to record lines and write scripts that literally do cover all the different realistic scenarios of winning and losing, different characters playing different, playing the situation based on who has previously died. That would actually be a really interesting experiment. I kind of want to see somebody do this. And Mortal Kombat's one of the few franchises where they have the money to actually, like, try to do something in that extent. The only obvious problem, very obvious problem, yeah, like I said, it's like a video game, but I am thinking of it as more of a choose your own adventure. So, you know, who did this? Somebody did this. Was it Markiplier? I don't know. I want to say Markiplier did it. Anyway, he shot. It could have been. It very likely was someone else, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, some YouTuber shot something like 196 different videos. Each and every one of them, it was a storyline that takes you from one point to another, and you could kind of click between different places and things and follow a choose your own adventure on YouTube. And it was not great, mostly because of the format of YouTube. YouTube is really not designed for this in any way, shape, or form, but it was an interesting experiment. Anyway, yeah, I could see something like that done with Mortal Kombat where it could be fun. The obvious problem, though, is then what about the theater experience? Like, are you going to sit in a theater and watch this and somebody in the back room of the theater decides which way you go? Or could it be one interesting thing? This would actually be a neat sort of almost artistic experiment, but imagine if everyone in the theater was handed like a little remote control and they could vote. Like Bandersnatch, but with fighting inside of pick your choice. I'm not actually familiar with Bandersnatch, but I assume, yeah, basically. But imagine sitting in a theater with like a remote, and as you're watching the movie, you can decide, oh, hey, I really want to see what happens if Sub-Zero wins this, or my, you know, between I don't know, maybe Melina and Baraka get into a fight, and it's like, you know what? I'd rather watch Melina go around for the next hour kicking ass. So bye-bye Baraka. You know, it would be interesting. And if you don't know who the winner is ahead of time, like you put in your vote and nobody can see where the votes are going. But as you're watching it, it just becomes obvious, oh, such and such character died. This other character obviously won the vote. That would be fun. It would be weird, but it would be fun. I want to see this happen now. Who do I call to make this happen? Let's get something going here. Let's see. Okay. What else is there? Do we have anything else? Wait, what? Nick Lachey is not trending. Oh, it's a Masked Singer thing. Don't care. Do not at all care. And Yosemite's trending obviously for the same reasons as any other national park. This is all for Biden's thing. Yeah, okay. Nothing interesting happening yet. Okay, just skimming over the screen to see if there was anything else. I'm not really seeing much else to reference. But yeah, anyway, so I think I am mostly out of topics at this point. Quickly looking around just to see if there was anything else to hit. I don't think I see it. Okay, there's a message I didn't see from a few hours ago from Corbin. Okay, so all right, I think that about wraps it up because I am at a loss for follow-up topics. So with that, thanks everyone for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, being part of the conversation, watching the stream. As usual, if you'd like to support the channel, head down to the links below for Patreon and Streamlabs. Or, yeah, Streamlabs for a subscription or tip. Let's see. As usual, I should be back on Saturday where we will resume, in all likelihood, Immortals Phoenix Rising and jumping to whatever the other DLC is. I don't remember the name of it. And let's see, hopefully I don't know, hopefully something will happen. We'll have something else happen this week somehow, some way. I'll keep you guys updated. Anyway, with that, thanks for coming by, and I will catch you all in the next one. Good night, everybody.